mwenyekiti Kepsha kaunti hii ya Mombasa. Kwa hiyo karibuni. Tuombe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wal 'asr innal insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa 'amilus salihat wa tawassaw bil haqq wa tawassaw bis sabr. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuja mbele yako huku tukinyenyekea kwa kutujalia kutuamsha salama salmin. Ya Allah, tunazidi kukuomba kwa mengi mazuri ambayo kwamba unazidi kutupa katika kongamano hili letu. Tunazidi kuomba ulinzi kutoka kwako, tunazidi kuomba utangamano kutoka kwako, tunazidi kuomba amani iweze kuenea katika kongamano hili letu na nchi yetu kwa jumla. Ya Allah, wale wako njiani warahisishie safari zao ili waweze kujumuika nasi katika kongamano letu hii ya siku hii yetu ya 3. Ya Allah, kuna viongozi wetu wa kitaifa ambao kwamba watakuja kutuzungumzia. Ya Allah, wape kauli thabiti ambao kwamba itakuwa ni tunu kwenye masikio yetu na kwenye bongo zetu ili kuendelezesha maendeleo ya masomo katika maeneo yetu tofauti tunayotoka. Ya Allah, tunazidi kuombea Kepsha chairman wetu pamoja na timu yake. Wazidi kuwa na busara, watuongoze vyema, kwa sababu uongozi kutoka kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, ili hali yeye ni mwakilishi katika uongozi, ili tuweze kumsikiza na tuweze kupata maongozi yake. Ya Allah, tunakuomba utupatie amani, utupatie utulivu, ili tuzidi kukaa kwa amani na tuweze kukamilisha kongamano letu siku inayokuja. Ya Allah, kila aliye na shari ivunje ya kidhamiri asiweze kusimama. Ya Allah, tukubalie maombi yetu. Amin.
Thank you. This morning we want to say a prayer, but with the permission of the programmer, I want to say something about these books. Before COVID, that is BC, I came up with a book for Christians. This is the beginner steps. Just in case you would wish your family, your church and Bible study group to do the 10 biblical doctrines. They are here, and the summaries are very good. You only take your Bible and this book and you study. Some of you are church leaders here, and you can have this even for Bible study groups. When COVID hit, we were at home, and I asked myself, what do I do now that I'm a very busy and hard-working person? And shortly did I know, or I didn't know, that we were to go to the dimension of reaching people beyond even our territories. So what happened, I started a WhatsApp Bible class, and then I announced in the radio, and I happened to have, within 3 weeks, more than 1,000 students all over the country. And this is where we are. When we did that, I conducted through WhatsApp the whole book of John, the Gospel of John. For those who like to know more about Christ, if you don't study the book of John, this Gospel, you may not know exactly more about Jesus. So these are questions from every chapter, the 21 chapters of the book of John. They are here. You interact with the Bible, you interact with one another. Very, very important. And then, for those of you who do not know, that when God starts fighting against your enemies and fighting for you, there are times He uses anything. I was shocked to discover in the Bible that there is a time God started throwing stones, personally throwing stones against the enemies of the children of Israel. This is the summary book of Joshua. You need to get your Bible, use it, read, and it will be well. My latest edition is the Acts of the Apostles, the early church. This is where you find the beginning of the church that we call church today. The reason why we say Jesus was not a Christian. Jesus is the King of Kings. He came to introduce the kingdom. So we are the Christians, and for sure you know, Christians were called that as a mockery. Thank you very much. These books, they are not very expensive, especially in a conference like this one. I deal with only 300 per copy, but this one is 400. So the four of them, instead of 1,300, if you carry the package, you just give me 1,000 and I'll give you free of charge. You give me only 1,000 and I'll give you free of charge. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you see me, I don't have many copies. I'm not a businessman so much. I'm only an informer, and it's very, very important. Please carry them and help your family. Thank you very much. I want us to reflect on this thing we said on Monday and Tuesday, yesterday, that there is what God has in mind concerning us. And this is very important because Genesis 1 verse 28, God created them, and after creation, the Bible says He blessed them and He told them 5 things. 1, be fruitful. Number 2, multiply. Number 3, replenish the earth. Number 4, subdue the earth. And number 5, have dominion. That dominion, when you talk of kingdom, the meaning of kingdom is king's dominion. And when you take dominion, you start ruling, you start reigning. May God give you grace and the ability to rule in all the territories where we are. As head teachers over this country, we can speak God's will, God's might, and this country, the few years to come, it will be totally transformed. May the Lord bless you. Let's say a prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, I thank you, Father, because of each one of us. Today we are so privileged even to find ourselves very strong, good in health. And we thank you because this has taken your hand. Thank you for each and every head teacher who managed to be in Mombasa. It is our prayer that even today, the 3rd day of our conference, your presence will walk with us. We pray that you forgive us, cleanse us, forgive our sins and our mistakes, and help us, Lord, to accommodate and even accept one another as we continue even to enjoy what you have prepared for us. We pray that every session shall be under the cover of the cloud of glory. We thank you for the facilitators. Thank you for our employer, the TSC. Thank you even for the Ministry of Education. Thank you for all our partners. God, we pray that even you remember their endeavors. We pray that you lead and guide us in every program, in every manner of discussion. This is our humble prayer of faith in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bishop. Viongozi wa dini hatuwezi kuwapimia muda. Kweli au si kweli? Wakati wa maombi huwezi kumwambia ati nachukua muda mrefu. Yale ni maombi, na sote tunahitaji maombi, si ndio? Tumeyapata maombi vizuri? Tumeridhika? Asante sana. Tunasema tumeshukuru sana, na sasa tunajihisi ya kuwa tunaweza kuendelea na kongamano kama hili. Jamani, nyuso zifurahike. Let us be happy. Are we happy? Are we happy, colleagues? Bado sijaona nyuso za furaha. Salimia jirani yako, mkono wa kushoto, mkono wa kulia, kulia, kushoto, kulia. Rudia mara ya pili, mwambie hongera kwa Mombasa, hongera kwa Mombasa, karibu Mombasani. Umekunywa madafu, umekunywa madafu. Wengine wamepawa nazi wakasema umekunywa madafu. Na jana dereva wetu mmoja pilot alipokuwa kisiwani Mombasani, kauliza wenyeji, samahani, wenyeji wakafurahia ya kuwa huyu katoka bara na anaanza na samahani. Akaambiwa karibu, je ndugu tukusaidie na nini? Hii barabara inaenda wapi? Akaambiwa samahani kaka, barabara haitembei. Wewe sema unahitaji kwenda wapi? Ili barabara ndugu yangu haitembei. Sasa niulizeje? Wewe sema ile sehemu unataka kwenda. Nilikuwa naomba sema nataka kwenda Mama Ngina Drive. Aha. Sasa sio barabara itakayokupeleka, lakini ni hilo gari ndio litakalokupeleka. Kwa hivyo nafikiri tuko sawa, si ndio? Akakaribishwa Mombasa na dereva yule nilimtunuku madafu 3 kwa sababu alijaribu kuzungumza na Waswahili ndani ya Uswahilini. Asante sana. Leo tuna zawadi nyingi ambazo tumeziweka. Jana watu waliondoka hapa na zawadi mzo, solar lamps, miavuli, lakini kuna hii mashine hapa. Hii mashine inaitwa Jin-chan. Tulipokuwa Japan tulikuwa tunaambiwa Konnichiwa. Nafikiri Daktari Mungu atakuelezea maana yake ni nini Konnichiwa. Na mwalimu Japan wenyewe wanamuita sensei. Kwa hivyo sensei, wakati ukienda huko wewe ni sensei, na ukionana na wao unawasalimia Konnichiwa, achinohoki kanifama chanio kuli mtima watoto achijojo nyocha kili mwana. Kama kusikia umesikia, kama kuelewa umeelewa, na kama hujaelewa utaelezwa. Usiniambie nilijifunza wapi Kijapani. Sawa sawa, hiyo ni lugha sahihi tunaifunza shuleni. Asanteni sana. Ratiba yetu inaendelea. Ndugu yangu Secretary General, National Secretary, Brother Philip Arab Mitei. Na ukiona ile height, si unajua jamaa anatoka wapi? Unajua anatoka wapi? Asubuhi tulipoamka alikuwa ananiuliza, hii ni maziwa ama ni tui ama ni inaitwaje yogurt ile ya nyumbani nyingine musik? Nikamwambia wewe utaamua ni ipi katika hiyo. Brother Mitei, welcome brother.
Thank you very much, our Master of Ceremony, members who are present this morning. Allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of the National Executive Board just to welcome you once again for today's activities, which are still ahead of us. Before we embark on today's activities, I want to take you through the summary or the recap of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, we started our conference successfully very early in the morning at exactly 8, and the Master of Ceremonies did very well by making sure that the program was run successfully. So I want to inform you that the 18th Kepsha conference resolutions or the recap of yesterday was summarized as follows. In the morning, we started with a prayer, both Islamic and religious. And then the master of ceremony requested the national secretary to go through the activities of the day one recap, which was done successfully. Then thereafter, we welcome one of us who happened to be the head teacher of St. Teresa's Girls Primary School in the county of Marsabit, to take us through the challenges or the experiences, sharing on the best practices and the community partnership at his own institution. So she outlined many challenges she experienced as the head teacher, especially in the county of Marsabit. So therefore, she also gave us the experiences pertaining to educating the girl child. She also highlighted some solutions they could implement, especially when the elite of the government, the county government of Marsabit. Immediately after that, we ushered in our director of studies from the M-Pesa Foundation Academy. Brother David explained with regards to CPC and studies so far at M-Pesa Foundation. He had all the teachers or all the delegates who were seated yesterday to pass by the foundation, the M-Pesa Foundation left, which was outside, for them to collect or big forms to fill out by the students who have academic potential that face monetary challenges, to fill out forms for them to receive the scholarship. M-Pesa Foundation is a school which is within the teacher, and he encouraged all of us to assist those very able and potential students to join M-Pesa Foundation. So immediately after, David Olo, the director of the studies at M-Pesa Foundation, he ushered in Doctor or the Director General, Ministry of Education, to continue organizing or chairing the panel discussion. And among those panelists were the Director of Primary Education, the Director of Quality Assurance, the Director of Policy and Partnership, the Director Teachers Education, the Director School Audit, and the Director Field Science. The panelists all presented in terms of not only ensuring where is equality in teaching, but they also gave us the challenges across the board, such that all policies on matters on drug abuse and mental health to be taken care of by the Ministry of Education. They had also shared a goal in ensuring there is quality content from teacher to learner to be able to create a meaningful society. Our brother, the national chairman, was ushered in yesterday so that he can welcome the people during the opening ceremony. So the chairman acknowledged and thanked the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for gracing the event through the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Belio Kipsang. He enlightened many achievements achieved by organization from 2020. He also recommended holistic education, which comes as a result of increasing investment on human capacity development and policy reforms. With that, the chairman welcomed the chairperson, Teachers Service Commission, to make his brief remarks. The chairman, Teachers Service Commission, highlighted the opportunity for teachers, especially when they are employed on interns, so that when any jobs are announced, many take the offer and they are going to be observed on permanent and pensionable terms. The Commission has mandated to implement the CBC through the teacher training, skill upgrade, and the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, appreciate teachers for facilitating the first national exam start for the grade 6 students of the CBC or the new curriculum. The chairman welcomed Dr. Richard Belio Kipsang to make his remarks and read the speech of His Excellency, the President. The Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, Father, Dr. Kepsha, and all head teachers and delegates and teachers in this country for successful delivery of 3 assessments in 1 year. He was very passionate about the support accorded to the Kenyan Council government in terms of working partners on matters pertaining reforms in education in this country. He also addressed all teachers on behalf of the President of this country, and he successfully read the President's speech. He acknowledged teachers as co-creators and promised many reforms that would address most of the challenges they are experiencing as teachers in this country. The Principal Secretary also emphasized on making our schools to be a role model and having a smooth transition from one point to another as time comes next year, 2023. So therefore, after he finally declared the 18th annual delegate conference officially opened for the activities of the head teachers during this conference. The meeting ended at exactly 1 after so many presents were awarded to teachers who were still in this house. So that was the summary of the activities of what we did yesterday. As we embark on today's activities, I want still to encourage that let us all be patient and we continue following the program of the activities of the day. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Secretary. Let us give him an applause. Let's clap for him. Tupige makofi jamani. Amefanya kazi nzuri, ametukumbusha yale yote ambayo tuliyafanya jana. Ama namna gani jamani? Tumefurahi. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, and you surely want to show, if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. Asante sana. Okay, here we have lost and found items ambazo tungetaka wenyewe wa ikujie. Kuna David Geleji Kiombani. David Geleji, yes. Naona nimepata mwenyewe mara moja. Haya, pia kuna kandi hapa ya Sianda Modoka, County Chairperson Kitui. This morning we have our guests, wale ambao tutarajia wako hapa ili watujuze, watuelimishe na pia watuelezee ni yapi ambayo yako mbele yetu. Kati yetu, we want to recognize the presence of Daktari John Mogo. Daktari Mogo, tafadhali, can you wave the crowd? Dr. Mogo is the director, Zizi Africa. From there, we have Mike Musyoki. Mike Musyoki from British High Commissioner. Hey, tupigie makofi, ni watu wa nguvu siku ya leo. Yule mwingine ni Joyce Kenyanyui. Joyce Kenyanyui, please wave the crowd. Zizi Africa. From there, we have Jeffrey Rionda, Moran Publishers. Jeffrey, asante sana. Then from there we have Dennis Onywera. Dennis Onywera tulikuwa naye jana na hata siku ya leo bado tunaendelea. Haya, Dennis Onywera ni an educator. Then from there we have another person, Purity Ngena. Purity Ngena from Zizi Africa. You remember the debate which was here, which was being moderated by Purity. Okay, thank you very much. Bado tunaendelea vizuri. Lakini we say, my security starts with you. My security starts with me. Angalia yule ambaye mko na yeye. Je, wamjua? Kama humjui, nataka umsalimie, mwambie, my brother or my sister, I would like to know who you are. Thank you very much. Then from there, sisi ni walimu wakuu. Sisi ni walimu wakuu. Hapa kuna kitu jamani. Sisi ni walimu wakuu. Walimu ambao tunastahili kuonyesha ama kuwa mfano mwema. We are supposed to be good role models. But this morning, we agree. Ukifanya mabaya, tutakutaja hapa mbele ya watu wako. Ili mkirudi nyumbani, uende uwaelezee. We have this person who went, ameenda pale kwa tent, amenunua suti ya kauda. Na unisikize vizuri, a head teacher, amenunua suti ya kauda. Baada ya kulipa na M-Pesa, kutoka hapo tu akarevert zile pesa. Je, huu ni ungwana? Je, huu ni ungwana? Si ungwana kabisa, na twasema hili jambo hatulitaki tena. Kwa hivyo basi, huyu jamaa kama wamjua kwa jina Rafael Wasike, kama wamjua mwambie rudisha pesa za wenyewe. Nambari yake ya simu. Na amefunga ile simu yake. Nambari yake ya simu. Nambari yake ya simu 074646632. Na amefunga ile simu. Tafadhali, we will go to the Safaricom. Kama hutachukua hatua mara moja urudishe zile pesa, tutakuchukulia hatua. This is something that we cannot condone in such a gathering. Thank you very much for listening to us. Asanteni sana. Wacha nimpishe Banafua.
Olimu hoi, Kepsha hoi. Jina lako ni nani? Jina lako ni nani? Jamani, tumesahau.
Tumesahau. Hebu tusimame kidogo. Tafadhali, tusimame kidogo.
Haya, hebu tuimbe. Get a free space. Get a free space, my brother. Haya. Tuchangamke kidogo. Jina lako ni nani wewe? Mimi ni mwali. Jina lako ni nani wewe? Jina lako ni nani wewe? Watoto wanitegemea. Watoto wanitegemea. Taifa lanitegemea. Mimi ni mwalimu. Wazazi wanitegemea. Wazazi wanitegemea. Mimi ni mwalimu. Okay, asante sana jamani.
Thank you very much, man. Hey, jamani. Kila mmoja ana kipawa chake. Nilijaribu kuimba below expectation. Below expectation. Nikaingia, nika-approach kidogo. Nikasema siwezi tuboa, si ndio? Kama uwezi, jameni, wale ambao wameingia tayari, nataka zawadi. Nataka zawadi. Na wale walioko nje, Zuba wachekwe, chelewa uchekwe. Naona Oxford wametuletea maneno ya mpira. How many of us like football here? Do we watch football? World Cup, si ndio? Tumeangalia nani anashinda. Haya, kuna watu wanaenda nyumbani sahihi na mpira, na kuna watu wanaenda nyumbani sahihi na mwavuli. Kuna watu wanaenda nyumbani na beautiful. Hiyo size yangu hiyo. Hiyo sidhani kama inawatosha hawa. Hiyo ni size yangu. DJ, hebu fanya kitu kidogo kabla tunaweka raffle hapa. Kidogo DJ, tuchangamshe na vitu kwa kileo bwana. Natuwekea vitu ambavyo kwa zamani. We are digital, si ndio? Hebu DJ tusikize kama kweli uko digital. Hii nafasi leo tunataka kuwapatia NGC na NEB tuachie wale delegates wengine, si ndio? Tunashukuru mzee Popo. Lakini tunasema NGC na NEB watulie. Lakini delegates wengine tunaruhusiwa. Mmoja yule asubuhi aliyepata baraka za maombi kabisa. Njoo hapa. Mmoja njoo. DJ unaweza kuendelea. Amekuchagulia na yule aliyebahatika asubuhi ya leo anaitwa Virginia Kielu from St. Gabriel Mwingi in Kitui County. Yupo amefika. Hajafika. Kwa maana kama hayuko tutamchukulia mwingine. Tunataka yule ambaye yuko kwenye ukumbi, si ndio? Yule ambaye yuko ndani ya ukumbi. Asante. Tupate mwalimu mwingine aje atutangulie. Hii hayuko mwenyewe. Aya. Kirui Bernard Kipkelion from Kericho County. Aya, the school name, wacha nijaribu kuisema. The school name, Lelechuet Primary. Lelechuet Primary. Kericho. Chamuge. Kawendiano. Ayuko. Naendelea tunasoma wengine. Kama zile wengi, si ndio? Naomba mwingine aje achukue karatasi. Madam, karibu. Hawa jamaa wa nyumbani kwetu wana bahati sana. Chamuge, Elgeyo Marakwet, Susan Lugano, Muskut Mixed Day Boarding School from Iten, the home of champions. From Iten. Ayuko? Hawa wazee waliamua wamepatikana? Hapana, sie. Aya, we are doing the last one. Kama hayuko, basi hawa bahati yao haipo. Si ndio? Aya, sasa. For this time, Irene, hebu tujaribu. Aya, from Nyeri, Muiga Town. Huyu ni Sister Caroline Chemtai. Sister Caroline Chemtai from Mary Immaculate Academy. Mary Immaculate Academy. Asa kama hawako, si mpira wao tupewe sisi bwana, si ndio? Wako, si mpira wao tupewe sisi bwana. Hawa walikuwa wapewe hizo zawadi, lakini naona hawako. Nimeona zawadi nyingine zimewekwa tayari hapa. Zawadi nono. Na wengine nasikia wamepangiwa nazi, watabeba nazo nyumbani. Na wengine nasikia wamewekewa mihogo, pofu ameleta gunia la mihogo. Anasema yule atakayejibu swali lake atapewa gunia la mihogo. Tena mihogo fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big clap to our national chairman as he's walking in, Brother Johnson Nzioka, HSC. Hiyo jina watu walitafuta sana juzi. Karibu sana my brother. We also have in the house our national treasurer, Brother Chieva, karibu sana, and the person who just spoke to us, who gave us the highlights of yesterday, Brother National Secretary. The three top executives are already in the house. Karibu sana Chairman. Tumejaribu kuwapatia zawadi wale waliorauka. Unfortunately, walikuwa bado hawajafika. Kwa hivyo ikawa si bahati leo ya mtende haikuangukia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a colleague, one of us, giving an experience on equity and equality. A head teacher. I hope The head teacher is in the house. Wherever you are, tafadhali sogea mbele. Thereafter, jana we were to have child online protection. This was to be facilitated by Bernard Marangu, who is the Coast Regional Manager, Communications Authority of Kenya. I want to believe that Bernard, you are around to give us something on child online protection. Mwalimu wetu uko tayari? Mwalimu wetu uko tayari on equity and equality. Na kama hayuko, tunaweza kusonga mbele. Can we have Mr. Bernard? Mr. Bernard, are you around? On child protection. Oh, karibu sana. A big clap to Mr. Bernard jamani as he comes. Mr. Bernard will give a presentation on child online protection. Karibu sana. He is the Coast Regional Manager for Communications Authority of Kenya. Karibu. As Mr. Bennett is making this presentation, we are reminded that Isuzu East Africa, ambayo iko hapo nje, they are offering free vehicle checkups. Zile gari tulizokuja nazo all the way from up country, wacha zifanyiwe checkups before you go back. So visit their tent for more details. Karibu Bennett.
Chairman, guests and the teachers. Good morning. Good morning again. In today's lesson, we're going to look at child online protection. And if yesterday's speeches and wordings are anything to go by, and if we were to do the word graph, I think ICT will be the second word, most used word after I think capitation. Capitation seemed to be the favorite one yesterday. So, and when you talk about ICT, it's a sea of, it's an environment that is so huge that if it's not well managed, as much as teachers we're going to use ICT to improve learning, as much as we're working on literacy, digital literacy program, if not well managed, it's something that can come back to bite us. And as co-creators of humans, you need to create humans that are protected enough from the environment around them. Why Communication Authority? As the ICT sector regulator, we have a mandate to protect the consumers of the ICT services and ICT products. And some of these consumers, in context, are the children. I think to put this lesson in perspective, I think 99% of us have Facebook pages. And in the recent past, I'm sure you've logged in and you found yourself, you were attached, tagging people in your posts. The posts that you not post, but you've been tagged mysteriously, and they are obscene posts. Number two, you've received anonymous messages on your WhatsApp, soliciting for money or something like that. So these are some of the environmental issues we need to protect our children from. Where are we protecting these children? Number one, these children access the internet every day. When they come back from school, when they are at home, these are the children, we call them digital natives in terms of ICT, because they are online all the time and they think access to internet is a basic need. Some of the risks that they encounter online include online grooming and radicalization. These are issues to deal with the sudden change of behavior. You find she notices a trend online, the child moves on to behaving like what they saw online. Number two, cyberbullying. I think on a normal Sunday, you take a picture and post online, hoping that people will give positive comments. But usually that's not the case. It's not 100%. So most of the time you find people have their own views to your posts, and then they end up commenting on your dressing, commenting on the environment you've taken pictures on, which was not your intention. Number four, sexual exploitations. These are some of the things we've noted. When the child logs online, that people online waiting for them to just give their name, location, they post their pictures, then they lure them to some meetings in town, and we don't want to imagine what happens after that. Number four is identity theft. I think this one does not apply only to children, because we've seen cases where someone clones your profile, logs in as you, then they start sending messages as Bernard Maranga, and in the real sense, I'm not the one sending the messages. So as CA, we draw this mandate from various legal and legislative framework. Number one is the Constitution of Kenya that gives us the mandate through the Kenya Information Communication Act of 1998 as amended. We have the National Cyber Security Strategy of 2018. We have the National ICT Policy Guidelines of 2020 and the National Children Policy. And so far, how has been the journey? It has not been easy as CA to try and protect our consumers, not only children, but you as adults and our other licensees and even service providers. So for the children online protection, it's an initiative that started in 2011 with the first National Stakeholders Workshop, and in 2015 it was officially launched as the Child Online Protection Program. And from 2016 onwards, we've been carrying out the Safety Internet Day, whereby we partner with schools across counties to put awareness out there on how to behave while online. And in 2018 to 2022, we've participated in the Kenya Music Festival, where CA has sponsored classes that specifically does messages on child online protection. Now, how are we going to assist our children to be safe online? We've come up with something called SMART campaign. SMART, where S stands for set limits. As co-creators and as parents, you need to set limits. Number one, technology has provided tools for us to use. For example, there is YouTube for kids. So as an adult, as much as you log into YouTube to check out your content, when your child asks for your phone, you can log out your adult account and log into the child YouTube account. So those are some of the limits you need to set. Number two, you need to set limits in terms of account creation, interaction online, and such stuff. M stands for meeting online friends offline. These people we meet are far and wide. Nowadays, in terms of ICT, we say the world is a digital village. You are friends with people from as far as Mombasa, and you are in Eldoret. You are in Mombasa, you have a friend in Marsabit. Now this guy comes to your area for a visit or a tour of duty, and then they remember, I had a friend online from this area, then they want to chat you up for a meetup. This is something that as SMART campaign, we discourage. Number three, A stands for accepting invitations and friendships. It should not be obvious as an online participant, and especially children, to accept every request that comes your way. So this is something that we need to tell them, that you need, number one, vet the friends you are accepting, and what value are they adding to your circle as an online friend. Because in terms of advancing ICT skills, online space is a key factor. that we cannot say you should not log in on, but you should, but with limits and vetting people you want to interact with. Number 4, R stands for react. React means you have to be spontaneous in terms of taking action on what you've encountered on. You see these guys are listing for or advancing towards you in a way that you don't like. The best thing you can do, number 1, you react by either deleting that friend from your list, because it doesn't make sense or doesn't add value having a friend who is making advances that you do not subscribe to as a participant online. Number 4, and the last one is T, which means tell someone about your concerns. It means basically you report. And the first point of contact usually is the teacher. Once our children encounter things, they come to the teachers and report. Because as co-creators, we need to agree that there's some things as a teacher you know and a parent doesn't know. Because the children trust you more. So you are going to encounter scenarios where the child is coming to you and saying, yesterday I was on Instagram and ABCD happened to me. What are you going to do as a teacher? So you need to be the cop. You need to be the child online protection campaigner and the champion. And some of the measures we can carry out as the smart campaigners is 1, use strong passwords. Currently, with this government, they have launched something we call the Hustler Fund. Somehow, this Hustler Fund is online. There's no form you're going to fill physically. You're going to access it online. So it means you're going to put your passwords somewhere in some database for you to access the funds. So you see, at the end of the day, such a thing does not apply only to children. Number 2 is install an antivirus and regularly update them. Use of firewalls. Firewalls are technological measures we use to block some websites from access within the school. For example, you can do a firewall to block Facebook and Instagram and TikTok when the children are in the laboratory. Finally, you need to report instances. And this one, as CA, we've taken an initiative. We have a computer incident reporting center that you can access even for you when you are defamed online. You can report so that we can investigate and take down some posts that you think are defamatory. And now you can access is www.ke-cirt.go.ke. Alternatively, you can do a letter to the Director General Communication Authority of Kenya, PO Box 14448, Westlands. And we have regional offices. Here in Mombasa, we are at the NSSF building, 3rd floor. In Eldoret, we are in KVDA Plaza, 1st floor. In Central, we are in Nyeri office, and in Kisumu, we have a Nyanza regional office at the Lake Basin. Now, going forward, what are we doing as CA? CA currently is undertaking the national strategy on child online protection. That's something that is being developed. Number 2, there is a child online protection campaign going on. And this mostly we partner with KICD, even as much as they're coming with the curriculum. We want for them to input some of these measures so that they can be taught in class. Number 4, regulatory interventions, industrial COP, in terms with the mobile operators, so that they can limit. Once you log in as under 18, the operators can automatically block some content from streaming to your end. Number 4 is research. We are doing more research on how we are going to carry out this campaign to protect as many children as possible. Number 5, capacity building. This one involves development of short training programs for teachers, where we can come to your county and invite a few who deal with children, and other initiatives. And I think I've been told time is up. You can find us at our tent out here. We share more information and some of these avenues that you can report any issue or incident that you encounter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tupige makofi tafadhali jameni. Ametuelekeza vizuri jinsi ya kumtunza, jinsi ya kuprotect yule mtoto. Haya, na sasa Waswahili husema chanda chema huvikwa pete. Waswahili husema chanda chema huvikwa pete. Madam Fatuma, nataka tumvishe pete huyu mwalimu wetu. Asante sana badi yetu kwa kutuburudisha. Sasa kuna kitu kizuri ambacho nataka kuwajulisha. Kuna mtu ambaye nilikuwa nimetangaza, nikasema ametenda mambo mabaya, ameguzwa na Roho Mtakatifu na vitu vya wenyewe amerudisha. Tumpigie makofi tuseme amefanya vizuri. Haya, kutoka sasa kuna mtu mwingine ambaye ni muhimu sana katika hii nyumba. Jameni, Zizi Afrika. Hebu tuwapigie makofi Zizi Afrika wanapokuja hapa jukwani kutuelekeza. Daktari John Mogo. Haya, tupigie makofi jameni. Ndiye huyo. Hadi yetu, endelea. Tumkaribishe. Thank you very much, Dr. John Mogo, Zizi Afrika.
Asante sana. Thank you, Francis na Fuad. Good morning, everyone. Tumefurahi sana kurudi hapa tena. And we are here, a few of us are going to introduce also my colleagues, because we are told that if you want to go fast, you walk alone. But when you want to go far, you move with others. So this session was titled The Head, the Heart, and the Hand. And while coming here, we imagined that we will share with you the importance of holistic education. That the head is important, but as the child comes to school, they also bring their heart, their feelings, their emotions. They need to be happy at school. But they also bring their hand, their body with them, and they need to also play and grow strong in their bodies. But I'm here, I'm glad to be back here, and thank you, Kepsha. I have been a friend of Kepsha for many years, and we are here to talk about foundational learning. And I'm here with my friends, Michael Musyoki from the FCDO, and also with Dr. Joyce Kenyanjui, who we work with. We are here to tell you a story about a place that we visited recently to learn more about foundational learning, the importance of the foundation. The house will just be as strong as the foundation. And we thank the What Works Hub, because through the What Works Hub, FCDO, the Education Development Trust, the Lehman Center, and Lehman Foundation, and we'll tell you a little bit about them, we were privileged to go to a place where children learn, bila mchezo, where children learn. So we found ourselves, 17 of us from Kenya,
with the Kepsha chair. He was there with us in Sobral. We are also joined here by Dr. Rachel Hinton, who was also there in Sobral. We were, many of us, 17, from Kenya and others from Pakistan, and we went to Brazil. Brazil, we went also with the NAT, Deputy Secretary General Hesbon, who I know you know. We went with TSC, Dr. Samuel Marigat. We went with the Ministry of Education, NEC, KICD, the Private Schools Association. We went to learn about how to make foundational learning a reality. Now, we went to Brazil, and what a place. Brazil is a big country, 217 million people, 8.5 million square kilometers. You can fit our 585,000 Kenyans in there. And you see how many Kenyans there are in there. There are 26 states, very big states. We flew for 4 hours from one state to another. So if you fly for 4 hours from Nairobi, you'll be in Johannesburg, just to give you a feeling of the kind of a country we went to. And they have 5,568 municipalities. And those municipalities are like our counties. So when we talk about Sobral, a municipality, think about Mombasa County or Kilifi County. That's the place we went to. So Sobral is just one of the 5,500 municipalities. It's in the north, in the state of Sierra. Now, the north, imagine of Wajir. So it's like coming to Nairobi and going to Wajir, where learning outcomes were at the bottom. When you run the 5,500 municipalities, Sobral would be at the bottom, where we see Wajir. And one time, the leaders decided to make it different. The leaders decided enough is enough of being at the bottom. And so we will hear the story of political mobilization, how the leaders decided and came up with the vision of getting children to learn, every child to learn. And it happened that over 10 years, the period over 10 years, from 1997 is when this reform started. And this reform, driven by the local leaders, in about 10 years, by about 2007, Sobral had moved from the bottom to the top of the country. And when we were there, we heard that the public schools of Sobral, so the public schools of Garissa, were better than the private schools of Sao Paulo, better than the private schools of Nairobi. So that transformation is something very unique, and we were very privileged to witness it, to see children with our own eyes, to go to classrooms and see what was happening. And so the chairman said, we must tell you this story. And on page 19, and Dr. Kinyanjui will walk you through, page 19 is where the chairman and I wrote that story, and the 5 lessons that we brought with us from Sobral. Now, the one thing that touched me was happy children. When we arrived in the first place we stopped, we found it was in the evening. Children were playing around, the parents were watching them for safety, and teachers also were waiting for us. That image of a happy child connected really with my heart, and it's something that I'll never forget. And I just imagine what would it take now through CBC to have happy children learning at every level. And so we have with us here Dr. Purity Ngina. If you go to our tent, it's written RELI, it's not the railways or SGR. It's the Regional Education Learning Initiative. There is a tent there. You will find reports that present you with findings of a study that we conducted recently, assessing problem solving, collaboration, self-awareness, and respect. So CBC core competencies and value-based education. Just see how we assessed and the outcomes we received. We were hoping that the governor of Sierra, that state we went to, Isolda, would be with us. And I know the chairman passed her apology. She spoke to us yesterday and recorded a short video to just apologize to you. We were hoping she would be here and light this hall with the dream that they had and the dream that they live today. I hope we can be able to view it, even just for 2 minutes. It's an 8-minute video, and we'll share it on WhatsApp for you to read. She's speaking in Portuguese, but there are English undertitles. You can just see how they dreamt and how they have lived that dream. And after that, we'll have Michael coming and sharing, and then Joyce Kenyajui sharing.
Para mim é uma honra estar aqui com vocês, mesmo que, claro, utilizando a tecnologia, o recurso da tecnologia. Na verdade, o meu grande desejo era poder estar presencialmente, mas as minhas atividades aqui, de final da gestão do governo do Estado do Ceará, não me permitiram, mas é uma honra poder participar desse momento, que eu sei que é muito significativo para vocês. Eu quero fazer uma saudação muito especial a todas e todos, diretores de escolas públicas do Quênia. E compartilhar um pouco da minha experiência, da minha visão. Uma experiência, inicialmente, uma experiência municipal, no município de Sobral, lá em 2001. E depois, na sequência, uma experiência do governo do Estado do Ceará, na Secretaria da Educação do Estado, que tem uma interlocução, uma relação com os municípios cearenses, que são 184 municípios, na rede de ensino fundamental, que é de responsabilidade desses municípios, mas que o Estado coopera. Então, é uma experiência que começou com um encontro com uma rede absolutamente ineficiente. E de que ineficiência eu falo? As crianças estavam, ao longo da sua escolaridade, dos anos do ensino fundamental, sem aprender o que era necessário para cada etapa. Havia um abandono muito grande, um número importante de crianças, um percentual alto de crianças que finalizavam o ano fora da escola. Nós tínhamos também uma distorção idade séria, de crianças muito mais velhas do que o que deveria ser.
Okay, I think we can stop it there. We recognize that it is difficult to see the undertitles from the back, but we wanted you to see her, a soft-spoken person, but extremely powerful. So I welcome Michael to come and share one lesson that he learned, and then Joyce to share the 5 lessons that are here on page 19. Michael.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. John Mugo, Chairman and distinguished guests, head teachers. Good morning. My name is Michael Musyoki. I am Education Lead at the British High Commission. Very pleased to be here. I was part of the team that went to Brazil, and I just have one lesson that I picked from Brazil in the week that we spent in schools in Brazil, and it is about pre-primary education or foundational learning. This was a good experience for me to see schools in Sobral in Brazil, and one thing that I brought back home is that Brazil is passionate about pre-primary education. Brazil is passionate about foundational learning. And I noted with a lot of interest that Brazil's best resources are deployed in foundational learning or in pre-primary education. Brazil's best teachers are sent to pre-primary education.
best investments in Brazil are targeting pre-primary education, what we call ECD here. And so pre-primary education is very important to Brazil's education reform. And I realized there are reasons for that. And we were asking teachers in Brazil, and we were talking to ed teachers like yourselves in Brazil. Why is Brazil passionate about foundational learning? Why is Brazil passionate about early years? And a number of things came up. One of them is global evidence. Global evidence stood out. And Brazil is listening to science. Brazil is listening to global evidence. And in every one of their step change in their long-term education reform, there is strong evidence for why they do that change. And they showed us and they took us to classes for us to see it for ourselves. And therefore, education reform must be grounded in science and must be grounded in global evidence. We listened to Oxford universities in Sobral and in Sao Paulo in Brazil when they were telling us the 10-year journey of Brazil in how they reformed their journey. And it is all evidence, and Oxford University showing us case by case. And we met the global evidence, Global Education Evidence and Advisory Panel Secretariat, what we call GEAP. And Kenya has representatives in that panel. Dr. Sarah Ruto sits in that panel, Ben Piper sits in that panel, and they build global evidence worldwide. And Brazil is listening to that evidence. And because of that, over the last 10 years, Brazil has ensured 96% of their children can read by grade 2. So a huge percentage of their children who were previously not able to read are now reading at grade 2. And this is impressive. It's been a long journey. And there are 3 things that I noted helped them to get their children reading. One of them is political leadership. Political leaders in Brazil want their children to be able to read. And so there's a vision at the political level to get their schools teaching and children learning, and therefore that helped a lot. The other thing I noted, which is very important, was learning assessments, what we call formative assessments. In Brazil, there is a culture of assessments, and they use assessments to determine the level of a child, and then they do something about it. And therefore, you can use assessments as well, you as ed teachers, to improve learning, and we've seen it work in Brazil. And the third thing that we saw is targeted instruction. There is a big culture in Brazil to use catch-up and remedial classes. And we saw teachers following very closely on catch-up in schools in Brazil and doing remedial classes. And for me, these 3 things have been instrumental in Brazil's journey to reform their education. And so this was very impressive to see and to hear in Brazil. Now I have a challenge for you ed teachers in Kenya. I'm a Kenyan. So when I was looking at Brazil, I was thinking about Kenya. And so I took a challenge from Brazil, and I want to bring the challenge to you. As we sit here today, we know that 60% of Kenyan children in grade 4 cannot read grade 3 material in Kenya. Yet from Brazil, I noted 96% of the Brazil children are reading at grade 2. What can we do to improve our own situation here? Can we work together to change that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your invitation through the chair. Before I start, you've heard the good English from our colleague from British Council. I want to acknowledge the treasurer, Mr. Kennedy Cheva. Kindly stand. He taught Michael at primary school. So let's clap for ourselves, because although we are here talking about the Sobral experience, we do acknowledge that a lot of work is done by head teachers. And, we've just seen, the evidence of it. But I know we normally write in our report forms, can do better. Who has ever written for a child? Could do better. I'm a teacher, I also did that. Can do better. You're not utilizing your potential. So I think some of those terms, after the children have closed, we should also use them for ourselves. But that was on a light note. But I want us to go to page 19 and 20. I'll just walk us through. So this report was written by our able chair, Mr. Matheka and John. I was also part of the team that went to Brazil, and we want just to share the 5 key lessons that we learned. And the first one, of course, is very relevant to the team here, is leadership. So, of course, the power of decision making, and that rests on the principal or the head teacher. Remember that we are responsible for curriculum implementation in our schools. So the decisions we make are really important. And this reminds me of the Kiswahili saying, ukiona vikielea, vimeundwa. So if you see a boat floating, it means it's been built well. That's the literal translation. And today we also sang that the children, I think, I'll not try because I'll be below expectation, but this morning we sang that the children are depending, watoto wanitegemea mimi, wazazi wananitegemea mimi, na pia taifa linanitegemea. So that is profound, and what we saw in Brazil in terms of the first lesson is instructional leadership. And we know that the principal is the leader, is the captain, is the pilot of that school community. And so he or she remains the heartbeat of the school. And of course, if you don't know the extent of a problem, you cannot address it. So we don't always have to wait for NASIMLA to be done for us to know there's a problem. And the report of NASIMLA, the latest, shows that 60% of our children in grade 4, it's only cannot do grade 3 work. And we know, of course, early years, there are only 3 things: literacy, numeracy, and life skills. So we need to know the problem in our schools and then own the problem. You know, it's always easy to say, oh, it's the parents, or it's the children, or it's... But I think the first step as a leader is to own the problem and say, despite everything going on, that I am the leader of this school. Then the second lesson we learned on page 19 was using assessments. And normally when we hear of assessments, we get scared because classes are huge. You can even have up to 100. But I normally say, for you to know whether a child can add or not, they don't need 50 sums, isn't it? Even just with 5 sums, you can tell a child who can add with carrying, or a child who cannot, subtract with borrowing, isn't it? Do you need 50 sums? No, you just need a few. So assessment, the only way we can know if 60, 50, 90, if my class in grade 2 can read a grade 2 text is through assessments. And this will be formal, informal, through homework, through assessment. There's a way you can tell. So that was the second thing we learned. They are always assessing children. And this don't need to be end of term or very elaborate assessment. Then the third lesson we picked from Sobral is the use of remedial or catch-up. Because if you discover 30% of your children are still sounding letters when others have moved to word or to paragraph reading, then those children, remember, they are depending on us. So the issue of catch-up. So that one is working with communities and parents to decide, when do I do the catch-up? How do I organize that every child learns at their right level? Then the fourth lesson was, of course, getting the parents and the community to get excited about learning. So unless the parents and the community are in support of what your vision as a head teacher is, then you may not go far. And the last lesson we learned is supporting teachers. Of course, you cannot support a teacher in something that you yourself are not good at. So I think it calls on us, even as much as we have a lot of responsibilities, to also know what support do our teachers need. That if I need to demonstrate a lesson, I will. Or if I need to organize my school or with the neighborings to ensure that our teachers are well supported and encouraged, I'm sure this will change. So once again, I want to thank you for listening to us, and I'm sure even as we keep thinking about these things, is to always remember as we sang, that the child who still cannot identify letter sounds and letter names and is in grade 3, who is that child depending on? That child is depending on who? On me. That parent who is sacrificing everything, wakes up at 3 to take the produce to the market and brings your child, is depending on you to ensure that that child is able to read, do basic arithmetic, and get life skill. And also the country, even as we talk about becoming a newly industrialized country, they are depending on us. And the reason why we are focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy, because unless a child acquires that, they cannot be able to do the higher level content that's required in the curriculum. So once again, thank you very much for listening to us. Thank you.
A big clap jamani to ZC Africa. ZC Africa. Hawa tunawaita baba lao. Tunawaita nani? Haya, mkisikia ZC Africa, tunasema nini? Baba lao. Can we rehearse? ZC Africa. ZC Africa. ZC Africa. ZC Africa. Unasikia hiyo? Baba lao. ZC Africa. We will kindly request our guest from Brazil, Madam Rachel, please come on the stage. We also want to award you. We will call you Mama Lao. Baba Lao is our Natari here, but for you it is Mama Lao. ZC Africa. ZC Africa. Brother Churchman, on behalf of the champion, Tafadhali, come with award. We are going to award ZC Africa together with the British High Commissioner, who was supposed to be here, and our governor from Brazil, the lady you saw addressing us on the screens. Hawa wame tushika mkono kabisa. Dr. Mugo has been a man on the ground with us for so many years. Thank you very much. So these are the gifts. Twende PJ. That was lovely. ZC Africa. ZC Africa. We want to welcome Madam Rachel. Madam Rachel will say one word to greet you. Singependa kusikia Kibrazil pia. Nimewafundisha Kichina kidogo, si ndio? Angalau mnajua Chinese, sasa Kijapanese mnajua. Wacha tujifundishe Kibrazil kidogo. Madam Rachel, please.
Honorable guests, Kepsha. It is a huge honour to be here today, and on behalf of the British High Commissioner, I would like to sincerely thank Kepsha and all of the head teachers of Kenya for this award. We stand here with you and behind you in the transformations that we know you all can make for the children of Kenya. We see you as the future for this country, and we have had between the President of the UK, or the Prime Minister of the UK and the President of Kenya, a close collaboration for leading the world, in fact, in improving learning for children. So it is with great honour that I receive this award, and we wish you all the best in taking those lessons that you heard from Zizi Afrique and Professor Joyce and Michael, and making that a reality here in Kenya. Thank you and very good luck. You are the future for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big clap to Zizi Afrique. Wow, that was great. Through Zizi Afrique, our national chairman, Brother Nzioka, managed to visit Brazil. And hey, alipopiga picha na the most expensive player in the world from Brazil. Tunamjua, ama tunamsikia the most expensive football player who comes from Brazil. Tunamjua, the CR1. Who? Neymar Junior anaambiwa. Our chairman had an opportunity to see all those places. Na mambo ya academy na sports, nafikiri Kenya tutakuwa sawa. As we are waiting for the chairman who has just received guests from the Parliamentary Committee on Education have just arrived, and no sooner the chairman will be coming into the hall with them. Today is the day that our employer, the Teachers Service Commission, will be with us in the hall. Not forgetting my brothers and sisters in green. Tukosio, brother Dan, where is our team? Hebu tusimame tuwaone Brother Dan and your team. The Nat KNU team members. Makofi kwao jamani. Makofi kwao. Thank you very much, Brother Dan and the team. They will be addressing us, and none other than the SG mwenyewe. Today, we will give them an opportunity to talk today after our employer, the Teachers Service Commission. We will have book launch by Modern Publishers, and Mount Kenya University have something to show us, plus many other things that are in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are waiting for the chairman to come in with our guests, we will kindly request our DJ to give us some inter. Bandi yetu iko tayari. Bandi iko sawa. Leo mnatupa hivi leo. Leo mnatupa. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand up for our guests. Let us all stand up for our guests from the Parliamentary Committee, led by none other than our national chairman, Brother Nzioka. Welcome, waheshimiwa. Waheshimiwa, karibuni sana. Mombasa raha. Mombasa ina Mombasa. Karibu sana waheshimiwa wetu kutoka kitengo cha elimu katika bunge letu la taifa. Welcome very much. Karibuni sana. Band, naweza kuendelea kidogo. Just relax. Just relax. Kidogo tu.
I
in the house, and that will be led by our brother, the national chairman, Johnson Zioka, HSC. Karibu, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Fuad, who is the National Vice Chairman, our guests this morning, our dear delegates, good morning. Amjambo. Bwana asifiwe. Yeah, I'm happy that God has given us yet another chance of another day for us to congregate here and continue sharing experiences and continue listening to our leaders and continue getting guidance on the best practices, like we have heard from Brazil, what they've done in alleviating and bringing up education standards in their country. So I'm happy that you have also come in great numbers. I wish to take this opportunity to once again welcome you to this day. I should tell you that today we are very privileged. Just like none other conference we have ever had, that the parliament of this country has decided to honor us with a team who deals with education matters in parliament and who can present our cases properly to parliament, which is the law-making body of this nation. So we are proud. And this morning I want to say we are blessed to have none other than the chairman, Parliamentary Education Committee, Honorable Mwalimu Henry Julius Meli. Honorable Mwalimu. I'm told he likes Mwalimu because he is a Mwalimu. And today he is happy to be here with Walimu. So karibu sana chairman. We feel blessed. I'm also happy that his committee members, two of them have decided to accompany him. We have Honorable Rebecca Tagon, who is the women representative, Narok County. We have also, we are privileged to have Honorable Nambwire Nabii from Lugari. Karibu sana waheshimiwa kwa kukubalia kuja kukaa na sisi, kuonyesha how important you are taking the head teachers of this country. I'm very sure, Mr. Chairman, you have heard of what we have been deliberating on here. Since Sunday we have been around. Monday we had a long day. Yesterday we had another long day. I was happy when you came and you had a chance of visiting some of our exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, Honorable Chairman, I just want to comment on one or two things. One, Mr. Chairman, we have been crying as head teachers of primary schools in this country, and we believe our father has reached today. As the chairman of the Education Committee in the Parliament, I know your committee can say this is done and it will be done. If you say this money, primary schools are being given 1,000 shillings, which cannot run the welfare of a child for even a month. If you say this issue must be looked at, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, this will be done. Today we have the right person to address capitation in our schools. Chairman, we are begging you, when you get to your committee, please allocate something extra to primary schools of this country. I will tell you, it has been unfair because a day secondary school child is allocated 22,000 shillings, while a day primary school child is allocated 1,000. Mr. Chairman, you can imagine a primary school hires a watchman for the day and a watchman for the night, just like a day secondary school hiring a watchman for the day and a watchman for the night. These watchmen are from our same country, and we cannot afford to pay them different salaries. What are the primary schools supposed to do? Water, for example. Our small babies in grade 1, grade 2 have not experienced good use of water, and therefore they are bound to waste a lot of water when they are washing their hands. Unlike their brothers and sisters in Form 1, Form 2, who know how they can be sparingly use the water which is available. So we are wondering, when the water bill in secondary school is being allocated more than the water bill in our primary school, we wonder whether we are really following the right need assessment. Sir, we want to thank the government and the President in particular for having seen it wise to set up the Presidential Working Committee in Education Reforms. We have given our views, and we are happy that we have seen, like the Education Committee on Reforms is really giving a lot of consideration to our views, because it was shown by one thing they decided in the preliminary report, that we are going to have junior secondary domiciled in primary schools. We want to thank your committee in extension and the President for seeing it wise to take care of our young boys and girls. We know they need parental engagement. We have said that a grade 6 child needs more parental engagement, so they are well taken care of when they are in a day school, when they get to the teachers, to us in the morning, and the evening we hand them over to their parents to take care of. And I want to repeat, that was our prayer. We want to take care of these young boys and girls during the day and the parent during the night. And when we hear our friends from the fourth estate bringing it so loudly that the PS here announced abolition of boarding schools, that is misinterpretation of information. Nobody talked here about abolition of boarding schools. By the way, Mr. Chairman, 95% of our schools, the ones we are managing, primary, they are day schools. They are day schools, 95%. So what is there to abolish? We suggested that junior school be domiciled in primary school, because we did not want our grade 6 children to be subjected to the boarding schools, to mix with those older boys and girls. And therefore it goes without saying that we are saying we want our children to be engaged more by their parents, to have time with their parents as they grow. So I think our friends will correct that impression that we are already day schools. Apart from their some areas where we have special boarding schools for the nomadic communities, the rest of us are having day schools, and that is why we are saying we're going to take care of the junior as they grow up before we hand them over. Before I will now welcome our chairman to talk to us, I would like also to recognize a very special guest in the house. Some of us might have just been hearing of him, or might have only seen him on screens. The gentleman, when there is a big accident, becomes the face of the TVs. When there are some misfortunes, because his work is to talk to us and with great concern on our mental wellness. That is none other than Dr. Frank Jenga. And I would like us to put our hands together to appreciate the presence of Dr. Frank Jenga, a very senior citizen of this country and who has worked for citizens of this country for long. And he promised me that today he must be with us. He did not want to send somebody to come and talk to us. He wanted to talk to us himself in person. We feel honored that time. Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker is the chairman parliamentary committee, not me today. So may we put our hands together and welcome Honorable Mwalimu Julius Meli. Kindly clap until he comes here. Clap, please. Welcome, Mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa, karibu. Karibu. Talk to the head teachers of this country. We know when you have talked, Parliament has talked. That is where the law is made. Karibu.
Thank you, the chairman and colleague teachers, guests invited, and fellow members of parliament. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, thank you so much. As you heard, I'm Mwalimu, and I'll talk to you as a teacher, as an educator, as an administrator, and also as a leader in the Parliament of Kenya, serving my third term. And before I do that, I would wish, first of all, that I'm accompanied by two of my colleagues. I want you to hear their voices. At least they say hi to you. I know they have a number of their constituents here. Kindly, I want them to just say hi and then we proceed. Mheshimiwa Nabii and Mheshimiwa Tokei, kindly come over so that you can also hear them. As you all know, we came from crueling elections, and many of us, and I included, I owe my win to you. Many of the teachers supported me a lot. I'm very, very, very grateful. So even them, I know they have their constituents here, their supporters here, and they want them to say hi.
Mwenyekiti wa kongamano hili, mwenyekiti wa kamati yangu ya bunge, daktari rafiki yetu Frank Njenga, walimu na wadau wote wa sekta ya elimu, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Mimi naitwa Nabwera Daraja Nabii, mbunge wa eneo bunge la Lugari kule kaunti ya Kakamega, na mimi ni mmoja wa kamati yake ambayo inaongozwa na mwalimu Julius Meli. Niseme tu hivi kwamba sisi kama wabunge tumebarikiwa kuwa na mwenyekiti ambaye yeye mwenyewe alikuwa mwalimu na akawa msimamizi wa walimu, na amekuja kuwa mbunge wa kutekeleza mabadiliko katika sekta ya elimu. Kwa hivyo tukiwa hapa, I can assure you of one thing, he's a very able leader. Na ni shukuru mwenyekiti, yale yote umempatia na sifikiri amezikiza. One thing only for me, I'm as excited as all of you that junior secondary is going to be hosted in primary school. Very excited. And my excitement is from a completely different perspective.
Fellow teachers, led by the chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Bwana asifiwe. I want to thank God for this opportunity. I'm happy that I can see some of my fellow teachers here. When I talk about fellow teachers, I was a teacher, a primary school teacher, and a head teacher. So this is where I belong. As a member of the Education Committee and Research, we are happy to be told that we appear here to share some experiences with you. And I want to thank God because we are under the able leadership of our chair, Mwalimu Julius Meli. Honorable members, that is you people, our fellow teachers. I want to tell you, you are in safe hands. When you see some of us sitting in that committee, I know the problems that you have. I know what you are undergoing. Because when the chair talks of capitation being 1,000, you know, when I was a head teacher in Ngokolani Primary School, we were still being given 1,000 shillings. Surely. You can imagine, for so many years, that was 2003, when I was a head teacher, and you are still getting almost the same amount of money. I think that is craziness. Chair, we are happy that we are beginning the budget process, and we are going to look into capitation of primary school so that every child will be given the right allocation. The second thing is about CBC. When we gave when we spoke to the committee, the task force, and ours was that CBC or the junior secondary school should be domiciled in primary schools. We are happy that the report that has been given is that the first thing is that they'll be domiciled there. I'm happy that Dr. Njenga is here because I know, fellow teachers, what we should work with or on, first of all, is the attitude of our children and even the parents. I was talking to my nephew the other day who did class 6. You know, you don't even know what it is. And you know, what he told me, Auntie, I am happy, nimemaliza shule. And when I asked the little boy, umemaliza shule unaenda wapi? Akaniambia mimi naenda, nimemaliza shule. So I was wondering, umemaliza shule? small little boy amesema amemaliza shule. And therefore, we really have a lot as teachers because we have to work on the attitude of those children so that they agree and know that they'll still be domiciled in primary schools and that is where they belong, so that we can nurture them and make them grow. Members, I don't want to talk much because I know our chair has a lot to share, so that I don't dilute his speech. You know, as a teacher, if I continue, I know I'll touch on what he's supposed to say, and I don't want to do that because if we reach back home, that is in Parliament, in my show cause, tell me to show cause why. But Daktari, we've had a problem of teachers committing suicide. This is a dangerous thing. I'm happy that these ones are heads, they are managers, they are administrators, and this issue should be looked into. It's very dangerous. In Narok, I think we've lost about 10 teachers. It's very serious because we are the leaders. You know, in the village, mimi nilikuwa nikitembea hapo, mwalimu mkuu is the best person, you know, in the village. All the teachers are the role models, and everybody in the village wants to be like a teacher. So if a teacher commits suicide, it's a dangerous thing. Fellow teachers, head teachers, administrators, managers, please be close to your teachers so that they don't go doing that crazy thing. It's very bad. Thank you so much. God bless you. We'll continue interacting. At least I have a term of 5 years, and most likely the people who are here, my voters are here. Thank you, teachers, for the support that you gave us. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, our honorable members of Parliament. And before I begin my speech, the teachers and the chairman of the head association, let me say a lot of thanks to my teacher who is before us, Dr. Professor Swan Jenga. He was so much close to me when we were in the university. Thank you so much. And another member I want to recognize a lot is Dr. Mugo. We've worked together a lot in the field of education, and we have a lot to share, and I'm always proud of his ideas. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this annual general meeting and conference for the Kenya Primary School Heads Association. The theme is managing transition of CBC for effective nurturing of each learner's potential. I want to say that your theme is quite in order. It is one of its own because you've chosen it at the right time. This is a very, very important theme that will take us through, especially because of what your chair has said. I extend my gratitude to the Kenya Primary School Heads Teachers Association and the organizers of this conference for the invitation. It is truly a great honor to participate in this conference as a teacher. I think I want to tell you that as a teacher, I have attended a number of conferences, and this conference is one of it. And in this conference, you learn a lot through life experiences. Indeed, Kenya has made significant progress towards increasing access to basic education over the few decades. Since 2017, attention has moved or turned to improving quality as well as by a wide reform of content and structure of the education system. From primary, reform of the content and structure of the education system from primary through to tertiary. As I speak to you this morning, you know very well that our education has undergoing reform, especially on the content, on the structure, and even on the form. And the content mainly on the skills, the values, and even what we teach in class is actually what we are going through. This is one of the most significant education reforms undertaken in Kenya since independence. And major aspects of this reform include the adoption of the competency-based curriculum approach and the changes in the education structure, among others. A number of you, like myself, we were in the higher education system, where we were in primary for 7 years. I was among the last group. in secondary school for 6 years and a university for 3 years. A majority of you now went through the 844 system. I think very few amongst you are in the older system. A number of you now, you are taking members, your children, through a new educational system. You play a critical role, especially in that particular changes in education system. And I want to say is, a human resource where the teacher plays a greater role is the greatest resource, better than gold, better than oil, better than any other natural resource in occurrence. Countries that have developed, let me tell you today, when you talk to the countries of Southeast Asia, like what we normally call the tigers of Asia, they have no abundance of natural resources of gold or anything, but they have actually utilized one human resource, which is at your hand, which is the human resource. And the teacher has to be respected for that. He nurtures with God. In addition to the introduction of the competency-based curriculum, the government of Kenya adopted a policy on universal access to basic education. We seek to ensure that all children enroll in primary school and complete their secondary education with 100% transition. And in this particular case, I want to say that I am part and parcel of the group in Parliament who actually brought in the idea of 100% transition, and even I passed the bill where government was supposed to pay examination fee for students. That was we did in 2016. The reason why we did that, and let me just explain this, is actually from my background. I happen to have been in a primary school where I saw one of my very bright friends failed to go to secondary school because he could not pay 75 shillings for CPE certificate. And that was the end of his life. As we speak today, every child in this republic and the Kenya government has an obligation to pay examination fee, whether the child finished the tuition fee or any other fee charged by the school. The government has to pay examination fee, and the government has to issue that child with a certificate, because the government has paid for that particular certificate. And that is one of the aspects of 100% transition, and that is also the time when we ask the government to introduce what we call the transitional grants. Maybe in your secondary schools you've seen this, the neighboring young secondary schools, to ensure that every child who got the minimum qualification should go to secondary school. And that is the meaning of basic education. The National Assembly Departmental Committee is supposed to be an oversight committee. It's supposed to be that committee that oversights the Ministry of Education. I'm glad I'm standing here today, and I know the Teacher Service Commission are here, the Ministry of Education is here, all the government sagas are here. As with my members of Parliament, our job is to supervise and ensure that they do what the public wants them to do. They do what Kenyans want them to do. That's why, as we are going on now, even on the transitional, what we call the presidential working party, that particular party was established pursuant to what we, as members of Parliament, the current government, got from one age. They complained a lot when we were in our campaigns, and I want to thank you a lot on behalf of this government, the role the teachers played in the formation of this government. We don't take it for granted. We don't take it for granted, and we want to say that we shall actually be together. I also want to say that as a committee, we are trying to make sure that the ministries that we oversight, the Ministry of Education and other agencies, are actually up to their task. It is worth noting that the Committee on Education and Research has been at their forefront in championing for quality education for the Kenyan child. The committee is credited for midwifing and setting the pace for the rollout of the current system of education, the competency-based curriculum. Further, the committee has been instrumental in ensuring that the 100% transition policy succeeds through allocation of funds for schools, infrastructure, and recruitment of teachers. This is a very important thing that we are going to witness in a few months to come. Teachers are essential for improving the quality of education, Efficient teacher recruitment, proper deployment, and utilization are necessary to ensure good professionalism. I want to concur with your chair that as a teacher, and I was a teacher, I know the very, very central role you play in this particular reform process. And I want to assure you with my committee that we want to task the various government agencies to ensure that you get the necessary resources, the necessary classrooms, the necessary funds to run your classes efficiently. I know as a member of the Kenya Kwanza government, I am to oversight that particular government. And I always tell the minister and the CS and the PS that their role is to fulfill the pledges the people we gave to the people. And one of it was, we make sure that we have a proper infrastructural development in the school. As you will get to know as a teacher needs to work in a motivated environment. He needs to work in an environment where, when he teaches, we have no disturbances within this territory known as a classroom, is it? He doesn't need to have some interference. And even the children whom he is actually tutoring needs to actually have a good roof, a good place to work in. That's why when we are talking about teacher recruitment, we task the Teacher Service Commission to ensure that the 30,000 teachers who are recruited very soon should be done transparently and should be spread across the country to all regions of Kenya, so that the child in Mandera and the child in Vanga is the same as the teaching and services offered by a teacher who is in Nairobi. The same thing that applies to other teachers. We also asking them that the issue of delocalization should not be a policy. It should actually be a teacher-friendly function. It is not about shoving teachers from one corner of the republic to the other one. And I want to say that we ask them, and I think they have done it now, that any teacher should teach where he so wishes, is it? And loves and stays with their family well. And you know, teaching is a cultural aspect, as per the UNESCO Convention, you know that. And every other time that you teach in a very distant place, and I think, Chairman, you say that, maybe you are teaching very far from your home, so you'll be going on Monday morning, arrive in school, very tired, you can't give a lot of services. On Friday, Thursday, you are thinking to go where? To go back home. If you quantify the man-hours lost, it is immense. It is quite, the government will lose a lot in terms of the man-hours if that policy is not actually looked into. So that we have a very proper system of which is going on. Furthermore, we also need to, the committee recognize that despite the efforts made on the teacher recruitment, there is still a challenge of lack of enough teachers in schools. Further, the country has not achieved the recommended student-teacher ratio. For instance, many schools with a reasonably high enrollment rate run by very few teachers. This implies that the teachers are overworked as learners receive little learning due to lack of enough teachers. I think that one I don't want to overemphasize it. We know we need to recruit in these next 5 years 116,000 teachers, so that actually we meet the UNESCO standards of a ratio of at least 1 teacher to 25 and then to 40 students per child. If that is done, even the teacher who is overworked will actually have a very good relationship with the child. You know, teaching is not only being on the board with a chalk or with a whiteboard, but it's also about interpersonal tutoring between the teacher and the child. A school of 300 students, for example, and having 5 teachers, it is quite difficult to run that school. Maybe you have no female teacher in that particular school. Maybe you don't have a deputy in that particular school. It is quite difficult, and yet we are saying we have a school running. It is in running. We have a group of students and a few teachers. No education is going on, is it? Is that not true? That's why we are going to make sure that the recruitment is going to be done yearly. in 20,000, 30,000. There is a sequence. I think the Teacher Service Commission, who will be here, will tell you. This year they have to recruit 30,000, and then moving forward until we have the requisite numbers in our classroom. Furthermore, there is inequality in teacher distribution across the country. Some parts of the country, especially those ravaged by droughts and bandit attacks, do not have enough teachers, where schools in urban areas have excess teachers. The Teacher Service Commission should fast-track recruitment of more teachers and ensure equity in distribution of teachers across the country. The role of the teacher in education reforms cannot be overemphasized. Teachers are the most important resources that the country has because of an efficient human capital hinged on the quality and effectiveness of the teaching service. It is important to know that a teacher, what the Teacher Service Commission, it is important to know that the teachers do play a pivotal role in the development of entire resource of the nation. Whether we are doctors, whether we are engineers, whether we are politicians, any profession in this country depends on the teacher. And this teacher, for us to produce very efficient, very respectful professionals, we need a motivated teaching service. So in this case, the teacher has to be promoted, has to be given a good working environment. Teacher motivation plays a key role in the promotion of the teaching and quality of the learner. There is a question I was asking the Teacher Service Commission a few days. There are a number of teachers who have stagnated for 5, 10, even 15 years in one job group. These teachers will never be motivated to work. Is that not so? These teachers need to be promoted, and even some have retired. Yet you are due for promotion. Who should pay for that money they earned on the last payslip? I think the Teacher Service Commission are here. And the promotion sequence should be very, very systematic, very open, and should be known by everybody. Is it? And should be due on time. And that's why I was telling you in our members, we shall be meeting these bodies very soon. And you'll see a number of you. A number of schools do not have deputies. A number of schools do not have principals. Now you are going to have junior, let me call it junior secondary. Is it? In the primary schools. You have an added load. We need to review your professional and your ability. That is very important, is it? I'm not saying that because of anything. It is a requirement by law, is it? Because of the increase in the workload. So the Teacher Service Commission have a very big role to play here, especially on the promotion, recruitment of the teachers. I want to say that although the criteria of promotion of teachers in Kenya is well outlined by the Teacher Service Commission in terms of academic qualification, length of service, and the performance on the job, many teachers continue to stagnate in one job group. This has tended to reduce teachers' morale, making many of them to seek alternative avenues to achieve professional development and attainment of personal goals outside the school setup. It is important for the Teacher Service Commission to implement the criteria established on the promotion of teachers in order to improve retention in the service and motivate the teachers. A number of our teachers always opt out to greener pastures, is it? You have heard my colleague was a teacher, I was a teacher, a number of teachers are bankers, a number of teachers have moved out. We want to make this profession the original noble profession, is it? Where everybody will actually love to be a teacher for life. Is that also? But at the same time, have what we call the due compensation that is actually required for him. Lastly, I want to say that in the transitional process, a teacher has a very critical role. And I want to actually ask you that as you bring the grade 7, 8, 9 to the primary section, the Ministry of Education and the government has a role to ensure that we build a lab in every school in this republic. Every primary school should have a laboratory. And with the additional number of students and services you are offering, it calls that the government has to add capitation to what you are now earning. If it is in a secondary school, they are giving 22,000. In the primary school, every service should be actually quantified, is it? It was in my committee when we increased it from, was around 800 or 900 to 1,400. This time there should be a review, and I think I was glad the PS talked to you. There should be a review so that the costs that you are given is commensurate the activities that are going on in school. 1,000 shillings and you have a watchman, you buy you have a lab technician, for example, in the secondary school, you have water, you have so many, is it? All those you quantify them and you come to an average figure that can be able to run particular school. Now the secondary section is coming in, or the junior secondary section is coming in. It will follow that the students will actually come with funds to your school, is it? That is a very important thing. Lastly, I also say that education is quite important, especially now when we are moving in the transition. One thing which I want to emphasize a lot is the issue of the role of the parent in the education of the child. I want to really thank you, teachers. They normally say a teacher is a co-creator with God, is it? Many parents have left their responsibilities to teachers. And in fact, they would always wish that all their children be taken to boarding schools. And many of us, I included, and every one of you, we don't know our children. Do you know them well? Especially that one who is in boarding. It is good that let the schools as they are today, 95% boarding, no, day school. Let them even be 98% day school, or even 100% day school. Why am I saying that? A child between the ages, and I think the psychologist here will tell you, the child between the ages of 0 up to 18 are very important formative ages. That is a formative period. That's when the child acquires values, acquires bad character, acquires bad behavior, acquires very important behaviors in life. When you monitor them and stay together at your home, you will actually be able to nab bad behavior in the bud. You will be able to know them. You will be able to know if your boy or girl is a truant, he is a misbehaved boy, and you will be able to guide and counsel early enough in life. That's why Margaret Mead, a famous education, is to say, the parent didn't allow her to go to school because she wants to be educated. What does that mean? There are certain values, there are certain behaviors that are transpired from parent to the child. So I want to thank the task force on education who saw it fit that the primary, the junior secondary be domiciled in primary. And going forward, in the next 20 years, all schools in the Republic, if possible, are actually supposed to be day schools, is it? Because I was asking someone the other day, you go and pay for electricity in school, you pay for water bills, you pay for food, yet the same food is in your house, is it? Is that also? Is it not in the house? Do you have a bed for the boy? Yes? Do you have water for him? But now when you take him to a boarding school, you will replicate by paying those, yet the one at home is idle, is it? Is that also? Or you are not getting the idea there? And then two, the boy will acquire different habits without your monitoring. And these are the boys, these are the boys and the girls who are very important during the next transition when we land over as parents, is it? So if we are not going to retain them in school, at home, you will actually be an absentee. Let me tell you something I saw with another parent, another child somewhere. That the child was, because the maid takes the child to school early in the morning, the maid picks the child, the parent arrives late, and the child is so much accustomed to the maid to an extent that the child learns the language of the maid and not the language of the parents. Are you noting that? And this is where we have lost, as parents. We really need to ensure that we bond with our children, we grow up with them, and actually that is quite important. In conclusion, I have to say that by stating that education is a powerful agent of change, it improves health and livelihoods, contributes to social stability, and drives long-term economic growth of our country and its people. We as stakeholders in education have been placed with crucial responsibility of nurturing the learner's potential. The future of a learner is on our hands. The Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission have a role to play, especially in involving teachers in their policy development, so that any policy developments that are coming up between the Teacher Service Commission, the Ministry of Education, the stakeholders, through the Kepsha, through the Kenya National Union of Teachers, through the PUPET, through all stakeholders involved, they actually participate in policy developments and programs, so that we don't have policies and programs that are alien to you, is it? Any new policy that is coming up, and that is actually the reason why we have the presidential working party. They want to listen to people, because all this belongs to you, is it? The education system of our country belongs to the people. It doesn't belong to the president. It doesn't belong to anyone. So the views of the people are quite important. Same thing to any new policy that is coming up on teacher management, on the Ministry of Education management, on finances. You have to relate very well with the teachers. It is my hope that the discussion in this conference will be crucial in addressing the issues and challenges facing the basic education in the country, with the aim of improving access and quality of education in our country. I therefore look forward to an intensive and insightful consultation. I thank you. Asanteni sana. Asante sana. Mungu awabariki.
Mmesikia sauti ya mwalimu? Mwalimu ni mwalimu, si ndio? Na jana tuliambiwa there is a special place for mwalimu in. And if you believe in that, you say. If you believe in that, you say. Mwalimu, tumeshukuru sana. Tumeshukuru sana. Sio mchezo, sio mzaha kupata parliamentary committee team. Our brother, none other than our national chairman, Mr. Nzioka, we say, we salute you, sir, for the efforts you have made. Wapi makofi ya chairman, jamani. At this time, we will request our national chairman to come up on stage, say thanks to our speakers. Na simefurahia maneno. FPE capitation, wow. Junior secondary school, wow. Nini ingine? Wow. Na ile? Msimalize yote. Makisha kidogo. Chairman. Thank you, our chairman, Parliamentary Mwalimu, and your team. Please come forward. As a small gift, Mombasa, ukikaribia Mombasa, na Kepsha iko Mombasa, nyumbani ukiingia, hata glasi ya maji utapewa. So karibu sana. Hatuwezi kukuacha kwenda bila zawadi. Makofi kwa wageni wetu jamani. DJ, fanya kitu kidogo. DJ uko karibu. Makofi kwa waheshimiwa jamani. Thank you very much, waheshimiwa. Thank you very much, madam. God bless you. This time in Parliament, mambo ya shule yako sawa, si ndio? Allowed in every public primary school, more classrooms. Na jana nilifurahia niliposikia Si ile amount inapelekwa secondary iletwe huku, si ndio? Si ni junior secondary? Haya maneno leo tutasikia. Karibuni sana waheshimiwa wetu, and we have in the house our Secretary General Kenny T, followed by brother Treasurer, National Treasurer, and the National Chairman in the house. Makofi kwa wageni wetu jamani. Karibuni sana. Karibuni sana. Next on stage we have Henry Mugoba, the Managing Director, Distinction Publishers, who have a book to launch, and because of time, mheshimiwa, tunajua tunapima muda kidogo, sio? Atupimi hewa, tunapima muda. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Honorable members, the chairman of Kepsha, the entire team, head teachers present, invited guests, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Henry Onyonka from Distinction Educational Publishers, who is also one of you in the classroom business, and we would like to highlight the following before we launch the special materials which we have today. I would like to make the following announcements, to make some few amendments, some of the complaints which I've received from almost all the Quarters Kenyans in reference to the following items. Remember very well, our publishing firm is responsible on publishing educational materials, educational assessment tools, and educational promoting workshops in the Republic of Kenya. Some of you have come up in our tents and raised the following concerns. One, you are not receiving our assessment tools in time and from our suppliers. I thank Brother Nsioka, the Kepsha chairman, because he launched an app which is also one of the core competencies in the CBC curriculum, which would help my firm, Distinction Publishers, to be interacting with you digitally through the app, and you will be getting our timely assessment materials through the Kepsha app. Hence, you will be able to book those materials in good time. The second item, which I've also received some of the congratulations from your side, is the KCP series revision materials are bridging the gap which we are experiencing in the classroom, and you can testify that one, because our materials have actually enriched the classroom business by bridging the gap of concept development, skills development, and all the assessment requirements. And that's why those materials are really outshining and helping the teachers in the staff room and elsewhere. For instance, you have a problem when it comes to the allocation of social study in your staff rooms. We have enriched materials which are very important, Distinction KCP Social Studies, which is giving all the skills, all the concepts, the way they are required to be achieved in the classroom, together with another essential material, which is Distinction KCP Science, which is the only material in the Republic of Kenya having the practical orientation done in a critical way across the syllabus to help your teachers in the classroom, for them to give all the required skills in practical orientation. And I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and the task force giving us the junior secondary to be anchored in primary. Therefore, I was foreseeing this one sometimes back, and I was bringing you to the practical orientation as early as possible. Therefore, make sure you have all those materials. Then to start with now, the launch of the materials which we want to launch today, We are now also prepared in the CBC curriculum, which require us to shift from the 844, which is the content-oriented, to the practical orientation in CBC. We have the following materials which have started helping one of us in the following setup. Kepsha, which was the assessment concluded a few days ago, we have prepared revision materials which we would like to launch today, now, here in your presence. Before I forget, because we are having time factor, Chairman, together with your team, I've heard from Mr. Kennedy, your team is composed of 13 members. We will start awarding you those books to be in your school. Mr. Nathan, kindly carry those 13 packages and hand over them to the chairman. He will know how he will feed his team members. Makofi, chairman, I can receive those important materials. Now let me take you through what we have at least given the chairman and his team, what it entails. Ladies and gentlemen, it is common knowledge that English is not only the most popular national language globally, but it is also the key medium of instruction in Kenyan schools. Knowing correct English makes it possible for learners to learn other subjects with ease and also interact with other learners. One of the core competencies of the competent-based curriculum is communication and collaborations. Learners are expected to express themselves confidently as they interact with other learners during different learning activities. For learners to attain this, they must have proficiency in English. It is because of this and other factors that Distinction Education Publishers has found it necessary to provide an English workbook that will play a vital role in helping learners improve their proficiency in the language. Distinction English Workbook will help learners to master key grammar concepts, improve their vocabulary and acquire writing skills. In addition, any learner who uses this workbook will naturally become a creative writer. There are varieties of figure of speech, including proverbs, similes, idioms, phrasal verbs, and are essential aspects of creative writing. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there is no other book in the market with well-saturated sections of figure of speech like Distinction English Workbook. I ought to have mentioned earlier that this book covers the entire content of the Kenya Primary English Design. Why could a learner require 3 or more English revision books, yet he or she can access everything under this material which we are launching today? May I bring it to your attention that Distinction English Workbook has well thought of Kepsha model papers that will give learner a glimpse of what to expect in the national assessment. The model papers are varied and are responsive to the learner's needs. In addition, there are several broken passages as well as the comprehension and well-worked out samples. The worked out samples will give a learner reliable guidance on how to address the 2 sections. Some of the concepts tested in the just concluded Kenya Primary School Education Assessment as well elaborated in this material. Ladies and gentlemen, I highly recommend this book for your learners. In fact, it is a must-have book for any learner who wishes to acquire practical knowledge in English. The authors of this material have customized it to meet all the needs which are required in the curriculum design. Do not deprive your learners of such a rare privilege. Make the best decision of your learners. Give them a chance to learn English with minimal supervision. Get the Distinction Educational Workbook. Kindly have less than 5 minutes. Now I would like to award the following teachers. Those teachers who have collected the raffle tickets from our stand. Those teachers who were coming very early in the morning and were getting the raffle tickets. Kindly come with your arrival ticket here. 685, 680, 625, 620, 655, 670, 666, 675, 605, 610, 615, 635, 640, 645, and 650. As those teachers are walking to the podium, kindly let me also have the following teachers who have worked with distinction publishers since inception up to now. We are having one of the unique teacher from Central Province, Mr. Paul Mbogwa, the head teacher of the Thongori Township Primary School, who led all the primary school in Central Province, 2021 KCP. The number of primary schools in Central Province. We have one of us here by the name Mr. Paul Mbogwa from Gedogoli Township. He was the leader. He led in KCP 2021. Kindly, I would like to award that teacher. Mr. Paul Mbogwa, where you are, wave your hand as you are coming to the podium. Kindly come forward, come forward. And we also have Mr. Walter Mokaya from Eramba Mission, having the best discipline school from Kisii County. There are some factors which we normally consider. We normally walk around the Republic of Kenya and we get all those aspects. Kindly come on the podium, and I would like Mr. Nathan, please come forward very fast. Give the award to Mr. Paul Mbogwa. Mr. Paul Mbogwa is here. Kindly wave to your comrades, wave to them. Please, Paul Mbogwa, give him the package of Kepsha, the Kepsha package. Kindly hand it over to Mr. Paul Mbogwa. As he's receiving it, Mr. Walter Mokaya should be following. That's not the one which is in the other side. That's the package of all the revision books for Kepsha. We want to benefit him and his school at Getogori Primary Township. Kindly, Mr. Paul Mbogwa, receive your gift. Mr. Walter Mokaya should be following Mr. Paul Mbogwa from behind, for him also to be awarded with Kepsha revision materials for grade 6 learners. Kindly, Mr. Walter Mokaya, thank you very much. And for your well-disciplined school in Kisii County, we also honor you and we thank you. All those teachers whom I've called upon here, with those raffle tickets, there should be 15 head teachers. 15 head teachers, kindly, Mr. Nathan, do also the necessary, award those teachers from that end. They should be 15. And they should show you the raffle tickets. You pick the raffle tickets to go back to distinction as you give them the gifts. Please kindly take time. And we are having our team members all over you, all over the conference hall, our team members, distinction education publishers, the service help providers, anybody who needs the material for distinction education, distinction English workbook, which is one of the workbook, and elaborated, a self-reliable, which is covering grade 4, grade 5, and grade 6, all the areas. As we received information from Brazil, those who did the research in Brazil, they have told us some of our learners cannot be able to read the content of grade 2. A learner who is in grade 4 cannot be able to read the content of grade 2. Thank you for the research from the Brazilian team, from the Assisi team. We are now filling those gaps. The gap which is there, the book is filling it, and I think it will help us in the classroom and we will be able to improve the business in a very good way. For any other question, kindly you come to our tent, we will be able to respond, we will be able to help you. And if you will be of great need, you need our team of authors to come to your sub-county levels, kindly contact us. We offer free facilitation, we don't charge, because we are in need for the learners to acquire all the concepts and skills. For our number, those who are likely to get our number, I'm the content head of department in generating the content which is used in the classroom. I was also one of the teachers, and I can salute some of my comrades in Kenyatta University who I've seen somebody like Mosota. Is Mosota around? Mr. Mosota, can you wave? If you are not around, we can meet on the 10th. Kindly take this number, 0722-900-751. For more information, kindly visit Distinction Publishers tent and you will gather more information. May our Almighty God grant you peace, favor you, and give you everlasting life to protect our learners and give them the required skills. If you could not have been the one, I would not have been the teacher, and I would not have been the publisher as I am today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinction before you leave, please, before you leave to the dais. Distinction tafadhali. Kabla haujaondoka, twasema ni vizuri. Chanda chema kiwijue pete. Asante. Apatiwe zawadi. Thank you very much. Haya. Kufikia pale, we want to recognize the following dignitaries who are in the hall. One, we have Victoria Mwoko, TSC, Regional TSC Director, host. Tafadhali wapungie mkono. Asante sana. Joyce Kikuvi, TSC Mombasa. Madam Joyce, thank you, with the crown. Then from there we have Stephen O. Barongo, Regional Director, Western. Asante sana Bwana Barongo. Then from there we have Jared Ombiero, Regional Director, Rift Valley. Thank you very much Bwana Ombiero. Then from there we have Dr. Julius Otundo. Dr. Julius Otundo, asante sana. Hivi karibuni tunataka kukuvisha, kwa hivyo jitayarishe. Lakini kabla hatujafika pale, nataka kukukumbusha tuliwaahidi ya kwamba tutafungua Kepsha app. Siku ni leo. Tumefungua, nenda katika tent yetu, lakini vile waweza ukaidownload ukiwa mahala pale ambapo umeketi. Fanya hivi. Nenda kwa Play Store. Download Kepsha app. Pale kuna maswali ambayo yatafuata, utajaza, ni rahisi kabisa. Kwa hivyo asante sana kufikia pale. Tuna huyu Daktari Tundo. Oh, I'm sorry. At this time, it is Dr. Frank Jenga. Tumpigie makofi Dr. Frank Jenga. Hey, tafadhali. Tumpigie makofi Dr. Frank Jenga. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi jameni. Asante sana. Haya, tucheze kidogo huku akifika. Hey. Asante sana.
Daktari is from Chiromo Hospitals on mental health awareness to our teacher. Karibu sana Daktari.
I am the bearer of very good news this morning. Essentially, the fact that I intend to be very brief so that you can enjoy all that is happening in the coast. And therefore, I will only have 3 things to say, and then it will be my time to be seated. But before I say my 3 things, I want to thank waheshimiwa wabunge kwa sababu sasa nimeona wazi kwamba mambo ya kuhusu elimu yamepewa ule uzito ambayo yanastahili. The presence of this committee at this meeting today is the evidence, if we ever needed any, that education is at the center of all that we do in this country. I'm an old man now, and I am aware that virtually all the important men, mostly men, who have ever led this country, including, and not limited to, President Moi, Jaramogi the old man, James Gishuru, Jeremiah Nyaga, wote walikuwa ni walimu darasani. And therefore, in this country, anybody who does not understand the centrality and importance of the teacher does not belong to this country. Therefore, Parliamentary Committee, nawashukuru. I also want to thank Bwana Chairman huyu. Your chairman has been persistent in his quest to ensure that I come here today. And I told you, Bwana Chairman, that I will be here today under all circumstances. Mr. Chairman, what I did not disclose to you is that I desperately wanted to come here today, myself. You did not need to persuade me, even one dot. And the reason, Bwana Chairman, I wanted to come so badly today is because next week I will turn 72 years old. It is therefore unlikely that I will ever again be invited to speak to an august body such as this one. So Bwana Chairman alikuwa anasema njoo. Mimi ndio nilikuwa nasema tafadhali nikubalie nije ni washukuru walimu. And I want this morning to dedicate the rest of my presentation to a lady by the name of Agnes Kanyele, now the late, who on the 7th of January 1957 received me as the headmistress at King George VI Primary School in the city of Nairobi. I have to be very fair. Mheshimiwa Tongei, Agnes Kanyele looked exactly like you. I'm telling you. At one of these days, I'll show you a picture of Agnes Kanyele. Tulikuwa tunamuita Simba. And the reason we called her Simba, she was very smartly dressed, and she had one attribute that I picked from her. Timekeeping. Timekeeping. Up to today, my people here know that I keep time. And I thank Agnes Kanyele, my standard 1 teacher, for having me taught the importance of keeping time. And therefore today, I dedicate my presentation to my primary school teacher, Agnes Kanyele. Mwalimu Agnes. The second thing that I wanted to say, and I said I have only 3 things to say, is the fact that in the 45 years or so that I have worked in this space of mental health, a lot of things have changed. One of the things that have changed most dramatically is our understanding and our conceptualization of what childhood is. I've heard you, Mwenyekiti umesema, Mheshimiwa, you have also spoken about it. Now, there is no more debate. The World Health Organization, which is the UN body that looks after madaktari, we have extended our understanding of adolescence from what we used to think was up to 18. Now adolescence goes up to the age of 24. Let me say that again. Utoto, yani hali ya kuwa mtoto, ni tangu kuzaliwa mpaka kutoka university. Now I can see 1 or 2 of the teachers here are wondering how we can conclude. The science that is now available, and I'm not here to teach science, shows us that although the brain of a child reaches the volume or the full size by the age of about 9 or 10 years, the connections and the interconnections that make a brain, adult brain, do not complete until the age of 24. Meaning, two things. First, that we must treat this group of people as growing and evolving. And we must accommodate them in every respect as though they are growing people. This has a lot to do with discipline and how we discipline children. When they are not behaving properly, it is possibly because the brain is not properly connected. That's one thing. The second, equally important fact that arises from modern day science is that you must not expose these children's brains to any toxins that delay or in any way impair brain development. Meaning what? Meaning any drug, pombe, miraa, bangi, any toxin that you put in the way of a human being under the age of 24 means that you have reduced the potential, the God-given potential of that child significantly. For many years I was chair of NACADA, and at that time we had battles about the age at which people can start or cannot start drinking. We now know that any brain exposed to alcohol or drugs does not reach its full potential. A debate that I shall not get into today because I am a bit afraid of getting into it is to do with the amount of sleep that is required by children. And I'll tell you why I cannot get into that debate. It is because I am conflicted. I am conflicted because on the one hand, I am a Kenyan citizen, completely alive to the difficulties we are going through in the educational system, including the disruption that came with corona, economy, and all those things. But I'm also conflicted because science tells me, as a doctor, that an adolescent requires, very sadly for all of us, at least 9 to 10 hours of sleep every day. Now, why am I conflicted? Because as a Kenyan, I know that is not possible, particularly in high school. But I'm also a servant of science. As they say in Kenya, walimu tafakari hayo. The third and last thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, teachers, first like is regarding a few facts. And the first thing you see, and I've already alluded to it, if you want to catch mental illnesses, for goodness sake, catch them in primary school. Catch all the mental illnesses. Half of them will be happening. In fact, this number, because now you're the custodian of older boys and girls, your responsibility in recognizing them is that much greater. Mr. Chairman, I am confident that the work we started at Manzoni of developing a curriculum that will enable you, the teacher, to recognize that this boy, this girl, and that one there have a mental illness, not a discipline problem, will continue even as I go towards the sunset of my life. The work has started, and in the course of time, you teachers will be the beneficiaries of a curriculum that will help you to recognize these conditions quickly and early.
Do not let anybody lie to you that this will happen tomorrow morning. Education is a very complex and complicated business, and you must forgive us if it takes time for the huge tanker to turn. I have shown you a number of people there: Winston Churchill, Abraham Lincoln, Isaac Newton. I could mention 10, 15,000, who, in spite of having different mental health needs, went on to achieve greatness. What does that tell me? What does that tell you? That having a mental health need does not stop you achieving your full potential. Next slide, Devon. What is mental health? This is not my opinion. This is the definition of the World Health Organization. And essentially, if you're a teacher in enjoyment of good mental health, it means that in the enjoyment of good health, you can cope with the normal stresses, the very next of life. You can work productively, you realize your full potential, and most crucially, and all the Waheshimias who are here have said so, you are able to contribute to your community. It is a contradiction to say that you're a mentally healthy person if you're not making a contribution to your society or your community. The opposite, of course, is that when you have a mental illness, there's a boy, a girl, or a teacher. And remember, even teachers are human beings, which is something that the community and society often forgets. The fact that you are a teacher, we elevate you to the state of an angel, kiasi kwamba hata usingizi ulali, hata kula huli, na haya mambo ingine yote ufanyi. Not true. Next slide, please. So, I hope we will distribute all these slides to all the teachers who have emailed, because in the next slide, what are mental disorders? It shows you the things that tell you that a person so-and-so has a mental illness. Now, I want to debunk a misconception. The misconception is that there is in the world a small number of mental illnesses. There are, in fact, at least 300 different conditions that are recognized as mental disorders of different types. Next slide. There is also the question, what predisposes for people to develop the different mental disorders? And here is the list I've already mentioned and alluded to some of them. Next slide, please. This is important for you teachers. What risk factors and triggers lead to mental disorders in children, in learners? Early childhood traumas, one of which is being separated from their parents. Physical harm that comes so often, malnutrition and so on, as well as domestic stress, which is also very common indeed. Next slide. I have talked about the risk factors and the triggers, and must warn ourselves about this libertarian movement that says that children may be exposed to all manner of substances. Not true. I have refused to get into the debate of how much sleep is required in adolescence, but also must say that physical exercise, one of the things that is eaten away in the school curriculum is time to play. And let me tell you, and I'm addressing the Education Committee here, it is perhaps more important for children to be physically active than to study in the classroom. And we must resist the temptation of saying, sicheze, mwende darasani mkasome. The science of which I am a servant tells me that children must play to learn. Thank you.
Now, here are the list of the different mental health conditions. As I say, this is a very short list. There are 300 different types. Kwa hivyo ukisikia mtu ati the child has a mental health need, usihisi kwamba ni ugonjwa mmoja tu. There are 300 different ones which a child or a teacher could have. Here is a list of the symptoms that a teacher, and we've heard from you, Mheshimiwa Tonke, that there are teachers who have died. We don't say commit suicide. People commit adultery, people commit crimes, people die by suicide. Yes? This is a new terminology. Because they are human beings, and it's a major problem. And I'm told by my people that there is an MOU about between ourselves and yourselves about what we can do in this regard. Now, what are the special challenges that are peculiar and special to teachers? I'm saying this because I am here to talk to you, my teachers. And here's a list of things that you know better than I. What we have advocated over the years is for the creation of a peer support system. Because really, nothing on earth is truly new. If you look at the bullet number 3, difficult classes and students. I've told you about my teacher, Agnes Kanyele. I still to this day remember my classmate, Macharia Dan. Macharia Dan was my classmate. He was a very difficult boy. He was playing all the time, he was naughty, he was rough, couldn't do sums, always playing around all over the place. Now as a doctor, I know Macharia Dan, poor boy, and like your friend Mheshimiwa, he didn't go beyond standard 7. He failed. I now know that this boy had a condition called attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't help you. I think these are some of the things that we shall arm you with teachers so that you can recognize a boy like Macharia Dan so that we can help him. The pressure from parents is legendary and so on. These are things you are all familiar with very much. All those things, social isolation, job uncertainty, taking work home, changing curriculum. Since the Beecher report, I think that was 1950, we have been the subject of constant changes in our educational system, each time responding to changing societal needs. And what I can tell you from what I have seen is that changes in educational system are part of the evolution of our society. For example, in the Beecher report of 1950, the specific intention of that report was to develop a cadre of boys and girls like myself who would be artisans to serve the colonial government. We were being trained so that we become carpenters, electricians, plumbers, and the entire educational system was intended specifically to serve the colonial government. In 2022, with the program that we have, the challenges in our society are completely different. There are imperatives, for example, of ensuring that all boys, oh, by the way, in those my days, there was no requirement that every boy finishes school. Only a small number of boys and girls, by design and policy, were expected to go beyond standard 7 or standard 8. Now, thanks to the changes that are taking place, and so on. So every society, every generation has to get an educational system that is commensurate with the needs of our society. Next, almost last slide. So see, we as parents and teachers sometimes think we are the only ones with problems, the ones that I have listed there. Children have problems as well. And sometimes because of the pressure and stress that we're experiencing ourselves, We forget how much pressure children are under, even from their parents. All parents that I know came #1 in their school when they went to school. And that is what they tell their children. Mbona wewe kuwa number 12? Na mimi kila wakati kutoka standard 1 nilikuwa #1, uongo mtupu. So that list that you can see there, including the sleep schedule, are challenges that are real and practical and that can only be addressed by kongamano like this one. Here are further challenges. Again, we have heard from the chairman, Mheshimiwa, that family challenge, including financial problems, translate into difficulties that impair the child himself from understanding and grasping. So if you, the teacher, unagonga mtoto kichwa,
his mother is poor, kama mama yake alikuwa jana, ama kulikuwa hakuna chakula jana, you are compounding a penalty as well.
So there's a multitude of causes of stresses among the learners themselves, and I think it is only right and proper that you, the teachers, should be aware of them, so that as you put in corrective measures, you are together with the child. Here are more causes of stress amongst learners. Wars, elections, changes in routine, transitions to new environments and curriculum. All these are things that we as teachers and parents need to think about. Then, of course, there are consequences of mental health problems. These we don't have to go into today. The only one that I can talk about here is the last one, relationships at your workplace. You are all aware that an unhappy teacher is not a teacher. A teacher who is stressed by children, a teacher who is stressed amongst by other teachers, a teacher who is not getting promotion we have heard is not an effective teacher. What are the interventions? Well, I can't teach you teachers what you know better than I. Mental health promotion in schools. This, I have to say, is commitment by government. I had the privilege of chairing the mental health task force 2 years ago, and the report is with government. And one of the very clear and loud recommendations was on developing the curriculum for yourself. And my understanding is that we are on course to teaching teachers how to recognize and intervene with the children. This is a list, and we insisted in that report that employment of professionally trained counselors is really very important. The same teacher who is having to discipline you and teach you maths would have great difficulties talking to you and cuddling you and trying to get you to tell them why it is that you're crying in the classroom. This again is not something we shall achieve tomorrow, but it is something that we can achieve progressively. I told you I had only 3 things. Next slide. This is the last thing I want you to remember, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the 3rd thing I want you to take home. I want you to remember, as I said to you in the definition, mental health is not the absence of disease. Mental health is a positive attribute that, among other things, enables you to deal with the normal stresses of your life and to make a meaningful contribution to your society and community. The next thing I want you to understand, good mental health is achievable and is not expensive. There are jurisdictions where positive and deliberate promotion of mental health, particularly in schools, have led to very good state of mental health. There are some who might think that huyu mzee anakuja kuzungumza about things that are not common. Well, I've told you, in primary school, by the age of 14, 50% of all mental disorders will have been recognized. By the time the boys and girls go to university, 75% of mental disorders would have been recognized. I also want you to take home the fact that, contrary to
to the misconception that mental disorders are not treatable. They are treatable, and treatable very, very effectively, provided they are identified early. If you wait until mtoto ameanguka mtihani, then you are missing the boat. So early diagnosis and treatment is key to good outcome. The last and perhaps sweetest bullet point is that physical health and mental health go together. And that is why I have emphasized, do not bother teaching boys maths, physics, chemistry, all those important subjects if they are not involved in physical exercise. Children are created to play, and children function at their best when they are able to play. Walimu, thank you for making me what I eventually became, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the invitation. I am grateful. Asanteni. Sasa wananiambia nionyeshe mimi pia ni mwalimu. Hiki kitabu I published where the Oxford people 15 years ago in response to the demands of you teachers. And it's called What's Wrong with This Child? If I say so myself, it is a good book. Because it is a summary of all the lectures that I had given up to that time. What Biraja? So this is 15 years ago. This year, but the chairman, sijui kama utapata nafasi. This is another book. This one, which I'd like to give the chairman, yes, is titled Healing the Mind, Conversations with Mzee, Bwana Frank Jenga. This is a summary of the next lectures that I have been given me. Kwa hivyo mimi pia ni mwalimu. Bwana chairman, nasema asante, this is for you, this is the daily teacher. Oh yes, okay, I'll give you both. Okay, I'll give the chairman both. Na bado nikistafu naenda kuandika. Even about today I will write. Asante mwenyekiti.
Wow, very powerful speech from Daktari. Sindio? Wapi makofi ya Daktari? Bado. Kwa vile kuna waheshimiwa hapa. Yes, there is an appreciation. Kwanza kwa Daktari from our national chairman. Makofi jamani kwa zawadi ya Daktari. Wow. Beautiful. Na zawadi zinaendelea. Bado tunamtambua Daktari Frank kwa yale mambo anayotufanyia. This is B5 on our map of beautiful Kenya. Wow. And something to put on his desk. Something when he's writing another book, Kepsha should be in mind. Sindio? Daktari, tunakupenda na tunakuthamini. Asante sana Daktari. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Wow, that's beautiful. Tupiane yale makofi. Mheshimiwa wakiwa hapa tunafanya mazoezi. One day tutakuwa in parliament. Si ndio? Si mwalimu wako parliament leo. Mimi natosha sitoshi. Mwalimu natosha mtoshi. Haya, hebu tufanyeni yale makofi tuwakumbushe waheshimiwa kuwa tuko kwao. Yale tuliyofundishwa na Daktari Mbeya. Kwanza ya nyayo 1 2 3 alafu digital 1 2 3 alafu parliament 1 2 3. Are we ready? Tuko tayari? Hello. Tunaanza. Nyayo. Digital. Parliament. Nyayo. Digital. Parliament. Nyayo. Digital. Parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nana. Thank you. That's why you have a special place Teachers have a special place. Where? Na mind those, hizo minds za watoto wetu tuzimold vizuri sana. Daktari ameongea. And are we affected or infected? Chairman is now next. Na nafikiri sasa tunataka kumkaribisha national chairman for the next session. He is going to lead us, take us through what is coming next. Our national chairman. Makofi ya national chairman, Brother Johnson Nzioka. Karibu brother.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you, members. I feel the spirit is high, and that is our joy. Our speakers are really encouraging us. Dr. Jenga, a very special old man and advisor to the President on mental wellness. We are happy today that we have tested what you give to the President. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate other guests who came in when the session was on, and first was our brothers from Kenya National Union of Teachers. We are proud of you under the leadership of Brother Henry Collins, Henry Oyu Aka Latila. Karibu sana. Henry, just wave at the members. You will have time to greet them. Thank you very much, General. Then we have the chairman, Kenya National Union of Teachers, Brother Karinga. Wave at our members. Thank you very much for being with us. Then we have Brother Mu Ndiku, the National Treasurer, Kenya National Union of Teachers. Thank you very much. With a very strong humming. I hear sometimes it's called the green humming. The green humming. The green humming, just wave at the members. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are very much welcome, and we feel very strong when you stand with us, Mr. Collins. We feel very strong. Thank you. I want to recognize the Director, Field Services, Minister of Education, Mr. Duale. Karibu sana. Give him a clap. I also want to recognize the Director, Special Needs, Minister of Education, Dr. Haga. Thank you. Clap for Dr. Haga. Special guest today is none other than Senator Crystal Asige. Senator Crystal Asige, just stand, please, Senator Mheshimiwa. Pigia makofi, Mheshimiwa. We are proud to have you amongst us, Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I wish to recognize that our employer has been with us since 2 days ago, because we have been having the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, and he still will be around to be with us tomorrow. And today he has sent a team to come and stand with us, to come and listen to you, to come and talk to you. I want just to take 1 minute to give 1 or 2 sentiments to the leader of that delegation. This team, this time, in this house, is being led by none other than Dr. Olayo. Dr. Olayo, karibu. Makofi kwa Dr. Olayo. Karibu sana. Dr. Olayo, who is the Director, Human Resource in the Teacher Service Commission. Dr. Olayo, while you are away, the teachers expressed themselves and they say, please hear our cry. We have some of us who have stagnated in one grade for too long. We also have some of us who have reached the grade D1 and they are looking forward to be promoted, and yet there is nowhere else to go. So they are appealing to the Teacher Service Commission to have a plan in place where progression for primary school head teacher will be put in place when the head teacher reaches grade D1. We are saying, Dr. Olayo, these head teachers are telling me to tell you that there are some of them who are promised that they will be recognized when they are posted to large schools. But this has not happened yet. We thought they would be senior head teachers once they are taken to very large school, but they are saying this has not yet been done. I don't know, it might be on the way. Probably Dr. Olayo will tell us. We are pleading with you, now that junior secondary has been domiciled in primary, as we hear about the interim report. We are pleading with you that when you are employing the 30,000 teachers who we have had, the government is promising to have them employed by January. The elephant portion to be sent to primary schools to assist us now handle this great portion of junior secondary school. Sir, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you. Come and talk to us and invite your team to talk to us. Let us put our hands together and welcome Dr. Olayo. Makofi, karibu, our employer. We feel at peace when you are with us.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to recognize the members here, the National Chair of Kepsha, the Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Education. I can see the SG here. I can see the whole fraternity of NAT and all the distinguished guests. Good morning once again. So my name is Dr. Julius Olayo. I'm the Director, Human Resource Management and Development at the Teacher Service Commission. I'm standing in to present Dr. Nanzi Jerry Macharia, who is the CEO representing the employer here. So today, I know, Chair, tough questions have been raised, but I know I'm now have a great opportunity also, because this opportunity of addressing this mammoth crowd, the teachers who nurtured me in the early days. I just want to request them, since I'm also in the front of the podium, just everybody just stand up, because I know we have been talking for too long. Just stand up. Now as you stand, remember those days the teachers used to command us in class. So I'm also demonstrating this, what I was nurtured in my earlier days. So please kindly just stand to your neighbor and greet them in your mother tongue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can be seated. You can be seated. You can be seated. Asante sana. Thank you very much. So at this point, I I want to say that on behalf of my boss, Dr. Nancy Macharia, you are aware that there is ongoing national examination and there's a lot of monitoring in the field, and she's also leading the team to monitor. But all the same, today you have the employer here properly represented. Maybe before I proceed on, I would just request the team that are representing the employer here. I know we have quite a number. The RDs who are here, can you step up here? The CDs, all of you. The director staffing, represented by Antonina, just come in front of the podium so that you just say your name. I know we're going to have an open forum with our staff here. So quickly, just come. The CDs cost, come. Yes. So as I think the cost, the team is well represented here, representing the employer, so this is a very powerful team. So we are going to have a session with you. So I give them a chance just to quickly say their names, because I know we'll have a session immediately after this. So I can start the first one. Emina.
Thank you, Dr. The Chair, Kepsha, the SP NAT and its team, teachers present today, and all protocols observed. Good morning. I was checking whether it's noon already. So my name is Antonina Lentojan from Staffing Directorate at the TSC headquarters. And I'm very pleased to be present here today to hear your voices and the voices of the stakeholders. We have taken keen notes on everything that has been said about the teacher. So apart from delivering the speech of the CEO, we are here to take your sentiments. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Esther Njuru. I'm the TSC County Director in Taita Taveta.
Good morning. I'm Joyce Kemufi, TSC County Director, Mombasa. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Mwaka, the RPTSC Coast Region. Karibu Coast.
Thank you very much. Another clap for the team. So you can see the employer is fully represented. So we are going to have a wonderful moment. So before I proceed, I think at this point, I want to formally convey the keynote address from the Commission Secretary, Dr. Nancy Macharia, the National Chairman, the TSC and Ministry of Education officers who are present here, the union officials present, distinguished head teachers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is my pleasure to be with you during this 18th National Conference of Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association. First, I wish to thank all members of the association for your immense contribution to the education sector in Kenya, including through holding of various professional forums at different levels, including this one. As the head lead educator, the choice of this year's theme of the conference, managing the transition of competence-based curriculum for effective nurturing of each learner's potential, is a proof that as head teachers, you have taken your position as key agents of the current change in the education sector. It demonstrates that as lead educator, you have braced yourself for the immense expectation that the society has of you as far as the implementation of the new curriculum is concerned. Just a week ago, a key decision was made that must guide you on the deliberations of you having during this conference. His Excellency, the President William Ruto, following recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, directed that the junior secondary school be domiciled within the current primary schools. This ostensibly means that all the Kepsha members here will host grade 7. Considering this, I urge you to midwife this critical reform in our education that will be made in your institutions succeed so that the junior secondary school level is seamlessly institutionalized. Additionally, the Teacher Service Commission will work with all relevant agencies to ensure that the exercise of recruitment of 30,000 teachers is conducted in line with the presidential directive and completed on time. On the aspect of teacher preparation, so far I wish to thank all of teachers of our public learning institutions for the exemplary commitment you have continuously demonstrated over the years in your service. Your love and value for the Kenyan child cannot be appreciated enough. The success of any education system depends on its implementation. Teachers' knowledge, attitudes, competencies, and skills are important aspects of the implementation of any curriculum. The teacher's inputs cannot therefore be taken for granted, as it is expected to offer our children the requisite knowledge and skills to cope in the 21st century. In view of this, the Teacher Service Commission has trained about 229,000 primary school teachers in CBC so far. In addition, 60,000 secondary school teachers have been trained in CBC to handle the first cohort of junior secondary school learners. However, these trainings will be continuous, as all teachers must be supported and equipped with the necessary skills to effectively deliver CBC. Additionally, all field officers and curriculum support officers have been trained on CBC to understand the curriculum and be able to give instructional support during the implementation of the competence-based curriculum. Further, the Commission will also retool teachers who will be deployed to teach grade 7 to ensure that they meet the expected standards. On creativity and integration of ICT in learning, the 21st century lessons is a learner-centered and requires teacher creativity to have the core competencies of CBC embedded in all learning areas. Creativity is a very wide concept which includes going beyond the curriculum and exploring learning approaches that can help develop the imagination, innovation, critical thinking, and problem solving of the learners, while making them happy and willing to learn. The teachers should therefore be encouraged and supported to employ learning experiences that ignite the urge of the learners to acquire new skills, knowledge, and competencies. While a good number of teachers today are techno-savvy, most of the teachers are still learning to integrate information, communication, and technology in the learning and teaching within the competence-based curriculum. Through CBC training programs, the Commission is committed to continuously support teachers in ICT integration for them to effectively implement the new curriculum. In this regard, in 2021, the Commission, through the remote learning program, trained 63,398 teachers on the use of different online platforms for teaching and learning to enable them access content online and deliver lessons remotely. On matter of collaboration, As a key implementers and facilitators of CBC, you will agree with me that the new curriculum is a canoe that must be paddled by all stakeholders. Parents and guardians are the first educators of our learners. Unlike the 844 system of education, where parents provided requisite resources and sat back to wait for the result from teachers, the new curriculum is a joint venture that must involve the parent, teacher, and learner. As administrators and implementers of the association, you should go an extra mile and educate the parents on what CBC entails and their roles in the new curriculum dispensation. On the issue of capping learner absenteeism is one of the major precursors to poor academic performance. The current curriculum has been designed such a way that most of the activities happen almost at the same time, and therefore, if a learner is absent, it becomes quite difficult to catch up with the others who are in school during his or her absence. This may lead not only to poor performance, but even a dropout. Teachers, therefore, need to work with parents to put in place support systems that minimize or curb learner absenteeism. On the issue of staffing of teacher training colleges, the Commission has further deployed adequate CBC competent teachers in teacher training colleges. Therefore, by the time the current teacher trainees graduate from these colleges, they shall have gained enough skills to deliver the competence-based curriculum. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish you a fruitful deliberation during the conference and share among yourselves on how you will facilitate posting of grade 7. Dr. Nazi Njeri Macharia, Commission Secretary. So that is the speech from the CEO. So Chairman, I think at this point, I think we have the team here, so I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olayo Julius from the Directorate of Human Resource Development, TSC. Wapi makofi ya daktari jamani? TSC imeongea, si ndio? Our employer amezungumza na daktari Nancy ametuma ujumbe rasmi ambao umesomwa mbele yetu na Dr. Olayo Julius. At this juncture, I will kindly request our national chairman, Brother Nzioka, to come and give a small gift to our CEO. Daktari, tutakuomba on behalf of the CEO uchukue hii zawadi utupelekee mama yetu kwa niaba ya Kepsha, because now wewe ndio umekuja kumwakilisha, tunakuomba upokee hii zawadi on behalf of the CEO. Wapi makofi ya Kepsha jamani? Wow, thank you very much. Again, the big 5 in the map of Kenya, the big 5. That is our gift to our CEO, which will be handed over to Daktari Olayo on behalf of the CEO. Na najua ataipata vizuri sana. And that's an appreciation certificate. Appreciate. Makofi kwa TSC. Makofi jamani kwa TSC. Thank you very much, Daktari. Thank you very much. Oh, Oxford also have something they want to give. Oxford also have something they want to give to our CEO. Wow, they are giving a dictionary, advanced learners dictionary to our CEO, Daktari Nancy. And bado zawadi za Kepsha zinaendelea. Bado zawadi za Kepsha zinaendelea. Bado tunaomba utusalimie sana madam na utuambie tunamtakia kila laheri na hiyo zawadi kidogo tumempelekea. Asante sana daktari. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still moving on, and tusisahau kuna zawadi kem baada ya kongamano hili hii leo. Hii pikipiki inatungojea na ziko zawadi nyinginezo tutazitoa. Kila siku tunatoa zawadi. Kwa hivyo usiondoke kwenye ukumbi bila ya zawadi. Tunaendelea na program na I want to take this opportunity now to invite my brother from the Green Honey, our SG brother, you. Wapi nduru ya nat? Wapi nduru ya nat jamani? Karibu sana. DJ, hebu karibisha SG wetu. Bado kidogo SG wetu.
Hatutaki hata kamwe, lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini na kutolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera iliunadhizi wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu.
The National Chairman, Kenya Primary School Heads Association, the Kepsha Executive Board, all the head teachers from the Republic of Kenya, all distinguished guests present, all protocols observed. Solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. Brother Chairman, I wish to take this precious opportunity to thank the Kepsha leadership for getting time to invite the Kenya National Union of Teachers. Number two, I want again to recognize the role that was played by our head teachers in the Republic of Kenya, the 23,000 from the 23,000 schools, for the work that they did to give wonderful presentation to the task force that was put in place by the Kenya Kwanza government. I want to say that out of the wonderful presentation for a chairman, that's how we came to you, the kind of results that we have received as Kenya primary schools in the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot fail to thank the committee that gave us the findings that have favored all our primary school in the domiciling of grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9. The way our head teachers responded to our researchers that came to our schools, they corrected the information, they went down in giving us the kind of recommendation that when we presented them to the task force, for sure they have yielded and they have made the stakeholders, the parents, the teachers, to get settled. And it has been confirmed by the Teacher Service Commission, who are our employer, that the grade 7 will not be in our primary school come the year 2023. Brother National Chair, my work as the National Chairman of the Kenya National Union of Teachers is equal to that of a John the Baptist, to prepare way for the one and one only, the Secretary General of the Republic of Kenya, Bwana Henry Hesbon, or I mean Bwana Helen, Collins, or you. It is with privilege and honor that I welcome my brother so that he can present what we have as the Kenya National Union of Teachers. Karim, my brother.
Thank you very much, National Chairman, Kenya National Union of Teachers, my brother and colleague, Mr. Karinga Munuhe. The leadership of Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association, led by the chairman, my great friend Zioka, and your team. Kenya National Union of Teachers here today, led by the leader of delegation, Brother Karinga Munuhe. All guests who are here before I stood to speak, and guests who are still seated here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate, of whom I would wish to request to capture very well the message of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, so that it goes a long way to be published tomorrow, and even the great headlines of the print media. Ladies and gentlemen, in this conference, good afternoon. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Kenya National Union of Teachers to make a presentation. I mentioned to the chair early enough today this morning that Kenya National Union of Teachers, as your advocate, Mr. Chairman, should address the very pertinent issues that affect teachers and by extension, head teachers seated in this conference hall today, so that whoever listens to this address will make a change for the benefit of heads and teachers in this department. When you give me topical issues that don't address your welfare directly, I have my hands tied. But because I've gone far and wide to research on the same, I'll address the topical issue perfectly well. But before I do that, I want to appreciate you, Chair, and your team. Thank you so much for the recognition that you've given Kenya National Union of Teachers. And before I go to the address, allow me to pick on the topic, on the issues that affect you directly, so that it goes far and wide that your advocate has spoken. And I speak on behalf of all teachers in this department. Before that, National Chair Kepsha, I did not come alone as invited. I brought with me a team of leaders in this great union. This union that talks on your behalf. The National Chairman, Kenya National Union of Teachers, and the National Treasurer. Can you come forward for introduction? Patrick Karinga Munuhe is the National Chairman, Kenya National Union of Teachers. You can wave. And please clap for my National Chairman. I know you also have a National Chairman. I've also come today with the whole National Chairman. National Treasurer, Kenya National Union of Teachers, James Mwandiko, thank you so much. I have a host of members of the National Executive Council. Can you rise for introduction? The owners of the union are the National Trustee, and in this sitting today, Mr. Mutani, National Trustee, you can wave. My brother Fred Huma, National Trustee. Emily Mito, National Executive Council member. My brother Ali Abdi, National Executive Council member. The rest are officials from branches. And this is the Green Army. Can you stand and wave? Can we appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. National Chairman, I want to thank you. I represent this big team, and the speech I'll make is not on my own behalf, but on behalf of the National Executive Council. First and foremost, allow me, National Chair, Kepsha, and your team to appreciate the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, for having seen it important to develop a presidential working party that came up with the proposals that were presented to him, and you know what it means in primary schools. It is said, and I want to repeat, grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9 shall be domiciled in primary schools. So to pick them up, it is new heads. It is the heads of primary schools proposals that we carried out to see to it that if this is presented to the presidential working party, it will win their consideration, because basically you addressed the issues that were to affect these young learners if they exited and proceeded to be domiciled in secondary schools. My big question is, now that heads in primary schools will take care of grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9, what is the package of these heads as they take over this responsibility? I want to appeal to the government of the Republic of Kenya, and especially the presidential working party. The workload in primary schools was overstretching the head teachers in these schools. Now that we have an additional grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9, can we consider the plight of these head teachers as they take care of the 3 grades in primary schools? Equalization fund for small schools was mentioned here. But Mr. Chairman, I have a simple question. Is it really a reality that there is equalization fund going to these schools? I would wish to ask the DG, Director General, who made a mention of the same. Let us move forward to actualize what we say. A National Chairman Kepsha, Kenya National Union of Teachers, will come back to you. How far has the government gone ahead to make a realization of the equalization fund that is being mentioned, and to what extent has it been implemented? Ladies and gentlemen, we as head teachers in this republic, I know most of you are not still on acting capacity. I don't want you to stand. My brother Olayo, having delivered a very comprehensive speech from the CEO, Teacher Service Commission, allow me to demand on this floor that all head teachers who are in acting capacity and deputies be promoted by January 1st, 2023. There's no other way about it. It is simply act and be promoted. I want to thank you, my brother Olayo, for the very good speech, but kindly take the directive from the Kenya National Union of Teachers as well, on behalf of the head seated here. Tenda wema wendezako. We are not demanding. Kiswahili si mdomo wangu. Hata nikijaribu kunyapia maneno machache katika lugha ya Kiswahili, mtaniwia radhi kama nimeenda kombo kwa wakati fulani. The special needs schools, and this was not addressed, has not been addressed to date. Special schools have a special need of proper capitation. are we seeing to it that these schools, much as they look as normal schools from outside, these schools are not very normal. And I want to say special consideration in terms of capitalization should be given to our special schools. I'm talking out of experience because I was a head teacher in a primary school that was neighboring a special school. What you go through in special schools cannot be compared to what we went through in our normal schools. So can we have specialized capitations for the same? I want to thank you, Chairman Kepsha, for inviting Dr. Njenga here. And he spoke slightly before me. What he addressed was about mental health. Allow me to tell this sitting here today, up to and including our Teacher Service Commission leaders who are seated here, that the job by head teachers should be reevaluated again. Head teachers are jacks of all trades, and they end up mastering none. If I tell you for sure, visit a psychiatrist today as a head teacher, there's some level of madness in you because you take too much than what you should take now. We, as you were taught biology, medicine actually came from food that we eat. I want to state here and now that our head teacher seated here, my brother Lion, these heads nowadays take medicine as food and not food as medicine. Every morning, every other evening, my colleagues, sisters in this very noble profession, I want to say without blinking that most of you take drugs based on pressure or even sugar conditions out of the work that you do. Can we consider cushioning these heads so that as they proceed, they eventually take food as medicine and not medicine as food? Ladies and gentlemen, National Chair, allow me to proceed to the simple topic that I was required to address here today, and very quickly in 10 minutes, because I believe what I've said in the past 3 minutes have captured the spirit of what Kenya National Union of Teachers should do on your behalf as heads. The topic given to me, Chair, was a milestone and challenges faced by teachers in accelerating the Vision 2030 education agenda. I want to start by saying that the world has made some remarkable progress in education since the year 2000. This is when the 6 Education for All goals and the Millennium Development Goals were established. Those goals, however, were not reached by 2015 deadline. And I want to say, we shall continue because action is needed to complete the unfinished agenda. With the 4 goals, with goal number 4 of transforming our world, and that is 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, whose main aim was to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, thereafter referred to as Education 2030, and its associate targets. The world has set a more ambitious universal education agenda for the period from 2015 to 2030. Every effort must be made to guarantee that this time the goal and targets are actually achieved. Education 2030 was developed through a broad consultative progress driven and owned by member states and facilitated by UNESCO as other partners and guided by Education for All Steering Committee. It is aimed at mobilizing all countries and partners around the sustainable development goals on the education and its targets, and proposes ways of implementing, coordinating, financing, and monitoring Education 2030 to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. In Kenya, teachers, and especially head teachers, play a critical role in the teaching and learning process through our Employer Teacher Service Commission, today here led by none other than Dr. Olayo on behalf of the CEO. In teaching and learning work, the teachers have a critical role of converting the teaching from class to the real life situation. Teachers have registered quite a number of milestones in the quest to realize the 2030 agenda of quality, affordable and accessible education to all citizens in this republic. Sustainable Development Goal number 4, Target 1, seeks to ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education. Similarly, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 recognizes the need for basic education for all children under the Bill of Rights. The Basic Education Act 2013 operationalizes provisions on the rights. The Act stipulates that any parent who is in Kenya or whose child resides in the country must enroll them for primary and secondary education. The move towards attainment of 100% transition from primary to secondary education is just one step towards attainment of universal basic education. Teachers have given their best, and especially heads, against the constrained infrastructure to ensure all learners who access school are taught in all-round citizens, to be all-round citizens of this country. I want to say here that head teachers and principals have fulfilled their roles in supervising implementation of the school syllabus with a curriculum which is of course tailored towards charting out a holistic learner with competencies and skills that can make themselves reliable and responsible members of the society. This is a fulfillment of the requirement of Vision 2030 agenda of promoting lifelong learning activities for sustainable development. The government initiated the digital learning program out of the conviction that technology has the power to bring about systemic change in basic and higher education by transforming teaching and learning through integrating technology in the learning environment. Teachers who are trained to navigate the program are well versed in scaling the agenda higher. Of course, you know, much as I do, that the COVID-19 pandemic awakened the fact that technology in teaching and learning is not an option. Teachers are therefore key players in the realization of the teaching and learning through digital platforms, a milestone that was proven during the pandemic. With the full implementation of the digital learning project, Mr. Chairman, the government expects increased national digital literacy levels and revolution of the country's digital economy. It is the teachers' effort that yielded commendable fruits in the advance of the use of digital technology in teaching and learning. When the world takes stock of the growth of the digital economy later in the day, a teacher's place shall be reserved. This is, in itself, the foreseeable future, which of course will guarantee access of education content to all, even where there is no physical classroom. But I must take note of this. Much as we advocate for digital learning program, we must all agree, ladies and gentlemen, that technology cannot replace a teacher in whichever means. Ladies and gentlemen, it must be noted, however, that away from the milestones, there has been an equal number of challenges, especially faced by our teachers and head teachers. Teachers have lacked and continue to lack the necessary infrastructure in the schools that should facilitate adequate teaching and learning. The 100% transition policy should have meant enough classrooms, laboratories, libraries and dormitories that would have given a conducive learning environment. This is yet to be realized in Kenya, even in the event of the new curriculum that has come in place. We continue to experience shortage of teachers in both primary and secondary schools against the recommended UNESCO teacher-learner ratio. The teaching service in the Republic is in dire need of over 100,000 more teachers to meet the threshold of implementing the competency-based curriculum within the coming 1 year. Even as the head of state pledges to employ another over 100,000 teachers in phases to curb the teacher shortage and understaffing, we pray that there will be enough resources to completely address teacher shortage in Kenya. Our head teachers still play a jack of all trades, as I mentioned. Teachers are doctors. You heads are doctors as well. You are watchmen. You are accountants. You are nurses. Name every other thing in the compound. These many roles, I want to competitively say, and authoritatively, you did not train for these other roles. And this is an additional work on the head of teachers. We propose that the officers for these other duties and roles that I've mentioned should be budgeted for by the Ministry of Education, and teachers and heads should be left to conduct their roles as administrators. And this is a serious recommendation. We shall make a follow-up on the same. As we yearn and desire as a country to employ teaching and learning through digital platform and ICT, we must be reminded that we are far from installing a connectivity network that puts on brim all our learning institutions in the country. During COVID-19, you remember much as I do, we realized that the digital teaching and learning could only happen in a few isolated parts of the country. This is because even though many of our schools are connected to power, quite a number of them are yet to be reached. This also affects the maintenance of teaching and learning gadgets such as laptops, computers, and tablets, since they need to be charged using electricity for them to function. So the digital learning program shall continue being a mirage if the electricity network and service providers are not connected to all our schools in the Republic. So as we appreciate the immense effort of this government to have put up DLP, we must also encourage that the network should also be improved to actually reach out to all parts of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also to say, and mark my words, the last time teachers were compensated in their good work was in 2016, and that was in the CBA 2016 to 2021. The statistical data we have as Kenya National Union of Teachers is directly based on the inflation to date. It states clearly that constantly the inflation is at 9.6% for the past 5 years. If we round the nearest 10% and multiply by 6, assuming the percentage is mentioned to the end of the year 2022, maintained as it is, we shall have cumulatively be lacking compensation to our teachers at the rate of 60%. And that is why Kenya National Union of Teachers is proposing a salary increment for teachers at 60% to the employer, so that we start negotiating on the same package on salaries. And you remember too well, the popularly known as the same CBA by most of our bloggers is in place, and we would wish to actually justify that there is a clause for review in the CBA, which we want actually to push further and have Teacher Service Commission sit with sit with Kenya National Union of Teachers, so that we get a review to our proposed 60% salary increment for all our teachers in this department. Review of the curriculum is a continuous process in any progressive country. And we want to thank the President for the effective review. It must be encouraged by all stakeholders. And I want to say, the encouragement that the stakeholders gave as we went down working with the Presidential Working Party, which actually gave results to what was pronounced by the President a week ago. This is the way to go. We must, however, note that stakeholder involvement in the takeoff of CBC, which, of course, the train had to stop so that we could look at the safety of the passengers. We, as a union, had actually seen this earlier. In our first research findings in 2019, we stated clearly that teachers were not prepared for the implementation of the competency-based curriculum by 2019. And we probably got clear by presenting a research document. Kenya National Union of Teachers is actually down to do research on matters of education, so that what we present is not an issue thought out locally, but an issue that has actually been brought about by proper research in which the findings are to be presented. In conclusion, National Chair, teachers have played and continue to play a critical role in transforming the education agenda in the world and realizing Vision 2030. They therefore must constantly be remembered in all the conventions and conferences that discuss the place of education in the society. They must have their terms and conditions of service constantly reviewed, such as pay and remuneration, bettering of work environment, and recognizing and appreciating the important roles they play in making the world, and in this case Kenya, a better place for everyone to live. This conference, National Chair, is one of the major agents that must go into the annals of history. One that has given Kenya the opportunity to appreciate the place of a teacher, and more so the head teacher, in the journey of education globally, and for now, the journey of education in Kenya. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all. May God bless you.
Wapi makofi jamani ya Brother Collins, you, our SD30T. Makofi bado kidogo sana hayo. Thank you very much. At this juncture, na tumeongea kuongea. Mumesikia au kusikia? Haya, unajua katika Kepsha lazima tukuangalie kitu kidogo. Brother you, we have something small for you, and I will kindly request our national secretary, because of the height, I don't want to bring somebody small short. Please, our national secretary, to award this small token to the giant KUT from Kenya. Thank you very much, and brother, you, tafadhali sana, tafadhali kwa niaba ya Kepsha, tuko na zawadi ndogo sana tunakupatia. Thank you brother, thank you brother, thank you brother, asante sana. Colleagues, tusiondoke, bado tunaendelea. We are moving on with the program. Now, tunaingilia kwenye very special session, a session on panel discussion where we are talking about achieving universal education for children with special needs. This session will be moderated by none other than Irungu Honton, the Executive Director, Amnesty International. Among the panelists, we have Frederick Hager, the Directorate of Special Needs Education. We also have Peter Sitinen, who is the Chairman, Kenya Special Schools Heads Association. Karibuni sana, karibuni on board. We shall also have the Senator in charge of who is representing disability in Parliament, our Senator Crystal Asige. Karibuni sana, karibuni on the spot. Also, please welcome Madam. Please usher them so they can see where they can be seated. Our panelists, tafadhali. In the meantime, as our panelists are getting settled, DJ, fanya kitu kidogo. Na tusiondoke tafadhali members, tuna zawadi, session ambayo hatujaifikia, na kuna mawili matatu mengine after this panelist. DJ tafadhali.
KPLC. Head teachers power! Okay. Greetings and welcome to the session that we are about to go into. My name is Irungu Houghton. I have stood here many times to protect public schools, but today I am here to really protect the rights of learners with disabilities. And I'm asking you, those of you who are leaving the room, do not turn your back on learners with disabilities. This is what happens in our schools, in our communities. Let me ask you to give us just 40 minutes to explain to you what the possibility of improving the lives of people with disabilities in our schools and how that is possible. So please bear with us. I know the sun is hot, but you can't imagine how hot it is for children with disabilities, teachers with disabilities, and also communities that have to continue to serve with them. So we will be done in 40 minutes and allow you to retreat at your request. So on behalf of Amnesty International, thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. All protocols observed. We are here for a special session, for a special constituency. But I would like to argue that disability rights is both global, it is national, and it is also very personal for many of us. Allow me to invite James Kimila to come to the front as he wants to take you through a very quick exercise, and then we will start with the panel. For those of you who are listening closely, let me request you to take out your mobile phones. I'm not going to ask you to register for the Hustler Fund, but I will ask you to take a different action. So if you can just open your phones and prepare for some instructions. Who knows, maybe your M-Pesa accounts will swell as a result of this exercise. I know the country will benefit.
Right, thank you very much, Irungu Auton. We are administering a very short survey to find out the state of education for learners with disability in your schools. There's a link that is supposed to be on your screens. I don't know if it's up. Yes, so I invite you to go to www.menti.com. It's very simple. Just go to your browser, write www.menti.com, and you will receive a request for a code. Then the code that you will use is on your screens. It's 62422207. So let's try that. Let's go to, just open any browser. Type www.menti.com. The spellings for Menti are M-E-N-T-I, menti.com. Then you'll be asked for a code. The code that we'll use is on your screens, but I can read it. The code is 62422207. 62422267. You will be invited to take a short survey, self-directed, 4 questions. So for this particular survey, you'll not be required to indicate your names or the names of your institutions. So the data is very safe. However, if you require to receive the results of the survey, at the end of the slide, the last slide will ask you to write your email address if you are willing to receive a copy of the results of the survey. Otherwise, if you're not, you don't need to write out your email address. So thank you very much. The data is very safe, but we would like to know the state of learning for learners with disability in your schools. Thank you.
Okay, we'll give you just a couple of minutes to complete that exercise, and then the survey will be ready. And maybe towards the end of the session, we will invite Camilla to come back, as we call him, Teacher Camilla, in our office, to come back and just share the outcome of that survey. We already have 232 respondents. Now 311. Keep it coming. Let's see if we can do better than the general elections. We want more than 60% turnout. Okay. I'm going to suggest, because the time is running, that we will continue with the program, but please continue with the questions. There are only 3, so it is not as complicated as the InfoTrack and the others that you sometimes hear about. So the issue that we have before us is an issue that affects thousands of people directly and millions of people indirectly. As we know, there are just over 36,000 public primary education, public primary schools. 1,200 of them are special integrated schools. And that would suggest that probably about 3% of our schools are special needs schools. But we also know from the statistics that 1 in 3 children with disabilities don't even get into the classroom. And that those that do have huge dropout rates. So this morning, we are going to figure out some strategies to fix that with your assistance. We have a great panel, and I'll ask them to just check the microphones to make sure that they're working. I'm going to introduce them from my right to my left. We have Peter Sitonei, who is the chairperson of the Special School Heads Association of Kenya, SHAK. He is also a head teacher like you, and has been serving this country for 30 years. The next speaker is Mr., or we call him Dr. Frederick Haga. He is the director of the Directorate of Special Needs Education in the Ministry of Education, and he's here to really provide us with a good policy oversight. The third speaker is Honorable Crystal Asige, who is now a member of the Senate and a champion for disability rights, and also occasionally she performs creatively for Kenyans. So she's also a songstress. I am also very proud of her because she is a former board member of Amnesty International Kenya. These three panelists will very quickly, over the next 30 minutes, take you through essentially a set of questions. So I'm going to start with that, and then we will open up for 3 or 4 questions from the audience, and then we will allow them to give us 1 minute of closing remarks, and then we will be complete with this session, and hopefully we will get some action points. So allow me to start with Mwalimu Sitnei. And the question that really I wanted to ask him, which I'm sure is the question that many of you have with you, is the question, actually before we do that, let me just ask one question of the audience. Many of you here are head teachers, most of you here are head teachers, most of you have students with special needs or who are learners with disabilities. Let me just ask you by show of hands whether you are concerned about this issue, whether you have some concerns about either funding, whether you have some concerns about teaching, teaching capacities, learning assistance, aids, and any other issues of infrastructure and architectural layout of your schools. Just by show of hands, just let me know and let each other know if you have challenges for your students with disabilities. Raise your hands. Raise them a bit higher, like you are a bit taller. Yeah, like you are members of KNUT. Okay, can we look around the room a little bit? Look around the room a bit. Keep them raised. Now, if I was Chairperson Chebukati, I would probably suggest that that is a majority position, and probably about 80% of us here are challenged by this issue. So, Bwana Sitonei, the first question goes to you. We know that teachers and head teachers are pivotal for the success and access to education for all students, but also students with disabilities. What are the primary challenges that schools, special needs schools, have in terms of catering for students?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think I'm privileged to be here. I want to thank the National Chair. And of course, if you can allow me kindly to recognize the presence of my executive members, my good friend, the Executive Secretary, Mr. Wandiaro, that is our National Secretary of SHA. We had the Vice Chair around, Mr. Maina, and several other members. Anyway, the challenges that we have in schools are just like the challenges that we have in regular schools. The only challenge that we have that is really putting us down is the issue of the speciality of the learners. One issue is that the funding part, the cost of educating a child with disability as compared to a regular child is far much expensive. And as such, for us to be able to run these special schools in the right way, we need to have enough funding. By enough funding, I mean the infrastructure is need to be looked into. If you go to many schools, you realize that the schools are really maybe in bad state. But I want to request that all the stakeholders, not necessarily the ministry alone, we consider the infrastructure is very important. The other issue is that most of these schools are boarding schools, not by choice, but by design. By the way, because we don't have a village of children with the issue of maybe visual impairment, another village with the children with the hearing impairment, so that we can have a day school. And because of that, the parents are forced to take their children far away and are forced to stay in a boarding school. And in a boarding school, the non-teaching staff will take care of these children. For information, these children start school from pre-primary all the way to vocational for the children with mental disabilities. But you realize that the children who are younger needs the house parents. So you realize that a small school, we call it small, but a school with maybe like mine, 174 learners, I have 16 non-teaching staff. The 16 non-teaching staff is because I need to have house parents, I need to have the cooks, I need to have the watchmen, I need to have the groundsmen, and so on. So you realize that the cost of educating these learners is very expensive. That's why we are requesting for differentiated unit cost when it comes to funding of the schools for the hearing impaired, or rather the children with the special needs. The second issue, after the funding and the infrastructure, is we need also to have the teaching, or rather the teaching staff considered, so that we have enough teachers. As we talk now, in the next 4 years, most of the teachers in special schools will retire, most of them. Because, I say so because when we employ new teachers, we only channel them to regular schools. We don't have freshers who come to special schools. So we realize that most of the special schools have teachers who have stayed there for a long time. Like myself, I've stayed there for 33 years. I'm almost retiring. And many, in the next 4 years, you will not see me in school. And many of them will go home. So what I'm saying is that let us look into the teaching force. And we are requesting that we embrace the standards that have been raised internationally for the hearing impaired, for the visually impaired, for the mentally handicapped, for the autistic children, for the deaf-blind children. We need that to be considered. And then the other issue is that we need also to consider the learning and teaching equipment. They are very expensive. Like for example, the braille papers, they're very expensive. The braille books are very expensive. Of course, we have to thank the Ministry of Education through the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. They have done us good, but we need more of that. So we need more funding, we need more infrastructure, we need more teachers. And I want to thank the Secretary General, Ken Newton. We talked with him, and he remembered to say in front of you here what we discussed. I want to thank you, sir. You are a great man. Actually, that is exactly what is needed in special schools. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Let me now, if that is what the picture looks like per ground, let me invite Frederick Hager, who, as I said, is the Director of the Special Needs Education Directorate at the Ministry of Education, to give us a snapshot of the policy framework for learners with disabilities. And maybe the first question to ask you is that when you listen to the experience that has been described by Mwalimu Peter, is education a human right for all children or just for certain children? Can you appraise us a bit in terms of the constitutional framework, some of the laws and the policies that are in place? And more importantly, what is the gap that we need to fill in order that the experience of children or learners with disabilities is equal to the experience of their counterpart students?
Thank you, Bwana Yongo, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, basic education is a fundamental right for all children in this country. And if you look at the different policy and legislative documents that guide the provision of education services in this country, it is extremely clear that the seriousness that these documents, that the framework provides, speaks to the issue of basic education as a fundamental right. If you start with the Constitution, it is very well stipulated about the education as a right, and that is further expounded in different acts, like the Basic Education Act, the Persons with Disabilities Act, and other policies, like the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities. And it's not just only the domestic instrument that we are talking about. Education is a right to the extent that even if you are to look at the international instruments, you'll find that they all speak to the issue that education is a fundamental right. And, for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 4, which was mentioned earlier, clearly states.
Sorry, Bwana Director, let me just request if you can bring the microphone a bit closer to your mouth. It will be a bit louder for everybody. I'm told the elderly head teachers are struggling. I don't know whether that is Peter over there, but people are struggling.
I hope that's better now.
Much better.
Yes. I think I was just talking about the policy and the legislative framework that guide education. And I think I've gone through a few documents like the Constitution, different acts that all speak to the importance and of education as a fundamental right. And I'm saying that including other international instruments, conventions, and even the Sustainable Development Goal, we see the issue of education as a right. And this is education to all children. It does not discriminate whether we are talking about children with or without disabilities. It is for all children. However, there are specific documents, specific instruments that highlight education of children with disabilities. It underscores it because it was observed that there was a bit of a gap. And that's why instruments like the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Article 24 clearly talks about the provision of education services for children with disabilities.
Great.
And so, yes.
Let me just interrupt there. I think I hear what you're saying. There's international conventions, there is a constitution, there are laws, there are policies. Can you address the second part of the question? Why is this not translating into the schools, the special needs schools, and the schools that are represented by these head teachers here? What are the challenges from the ministry's perspective?
I think we've heard from the head teacher of a special school, and I believe he is best placed to tell this audience exactly what the challenges are that they are experiencing. But generally speaking, we have a big issue of attitude by key stakeholders, and that starts from teachers, parents, other organs of government, and even non-governmental organizations, where disability is probably not quite understood and as appreciated as it should be. And therefore, that is work in progress. I believe the head teacher will tell us the extent to which what the government is doing is not reaching schools or reaching schools. But I can tell you that the government, through the Ministry of Education, has given its commitment, including the new government. It has committed to the issue of ensuring that children with disabilities actually access education, and the ministry is there to support that access to education through several interventions in terms of resources and the policy framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Director. And just to acknowledge the work that you and your team do, I'm sure if you had a doubling of your budget, you would be able to do a lot more. So I hope that we can create the pressure to ensure that special needs education is funded appropriately. Allow me now to invite Honorable Crystal Asige. She's a senator, a first-time senator, has just joined Senate, and I believe this could be her first time to speak to Kepsha. So I will just very warmly welcome her. And the question really for you, Senator, is what are we missing? What is it that we need to do to make sure that the energies that the head teachers are putting into their schools, the work that the ministry is doing to make sure that the legal and the policy environment is enabling, what are we missing that we could probably try and discuss this afternoon?
Thank you so much, Irongo. First I'll start by saying, I want to explain the role of Senate. I think many people don't maybe understand the difference between National Assembly and Senate and their roles. So myself as a senator, representing persons with disabilities, my first role is representation. So I just said it, people with disabilities. My second role is oversight. So oversighting all the issues, all of the areas that involve or affect persons with disabilities. And the third role is legislation. Legislating around all of the issues that I have found or have been found during the oversight aspect of my role. So those are the three roles. I'm basically an askari, a national askari for people with disabilities, right? So as an askari for persons with disabilities, of course special needs education falls under my docket. And I believe that so far, the world has seen persons with disabilities and children with disabilities as a problem to be solved. But in my mind, and my view as a person with disability, and as a child who also had a disability and had to go through the education system in Kenya, I believe that disability actually drives innovation. I believe that you should not look at disability as a problem, but look at it as a solution. Because statistics show worldwide that when you make an environment good for a person with disabilities, then you make that environment good for every single person who is going to interact with it. So the issues that, the ways that I think that we can address special needs education and the solutions that can come out of our discussions are around, number one, attitude. I believe that attitude and our mindset has to change. I heard one of the presenters beforehand saying that when you see a school, a special needs school, you think it's a normal school, but actually it's not a very normal school. Language is very important to me, and although that was not his intention, someone who has never heard of these issues that we're talking about might take that as special needs schools are not normal schools. There's something abstract or different, and it's in a negative connotation. So I think that our attitudes and the way we speak about disability and children with disabilities has to change. Number two, I think that, and it's clear that when people don't have knowledge, they cannot change their environment. So number two, knowledge and understanding all of the frameworks that Bwana Frederick has just explained to us. Understanding them, reading them. For example, the Basic Education Act, Articles 45 through to 48 are specific to special needs education. I'm not sure how many teachers and head teachers here have ever read the Basic Education Act and appraised themselves on those articles and what they provide for. And from there, you ask questions, isn't it? You have to take what you have learned and then find the gaps and then ask questions to the relevant bodies, to Senate, to National Assembly, to the Ministry. And you put these questions forward to all of us so that we can then address them. I think that everyone in this room who is actually listening to me and haven't left, I believe that you have power to create change from the grassroots level. It's you who knows how many children with disabilities are in your community. It's you that know how to assist them. It's you that know how they are suffering. It's not the people that are on this stage who can do all of that oversight work. And I think that once there is a channel, a communication channel that is frequent and flows well, that you bring issues to myself, for example, on National Assembly, who have representation here today, then we can start addressing them that way. But if you just give us a big gunia of problems and say, Shikeni, solve these problems, it will be much more difficult to do it that way. We need to start from somewhere with low-hanging fruits. Number one, I believe attitude. Number two, I believe knowledge of what is provided for. And the third and last one is, I think, data. Data is very important.
Thank you very much, Senator Crystal Asige. We have about 4 to 5 minutes left for this session, and then we will hand over to the moderator. But I just want to see whether there is anybody who would like to raise a question or to make a comment. So we could take 3 quick comments, and then I'll give the panelists 1 minute each to close, and we will then close the session. Let me see if there's a show of hands. I have one here. Gentlemen, if you can come forward, Malimi. Do we have a second one? This, sister. And here also. Let's see, do we have...
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, please keep the comment or the question brief.
Yeah, I want to keep it so brief. Thank you so much, Senator, for coming. One, we want you to support our director, because on the side of policy, we have been going to the Senate offices at the county levels, and bear you in mind that no support have we ever gotten. Two, maybe through you, we want to request that these special schools have what we call bad debt. Because if a special school can have a debt of about 4 million and you expect parents to pay, it's very difficult. Can these special schools be given a consideration that let this bad debt, like Kenya Airways, the debts have been paid. So let these special schools also as a government entity be assisted to pay off these debts. Otherwise these schools will die. Thirdly, understaffing. We are tired of calling the headquarters, because even these 30,000 teachers, you will bear me in mind that out of the 30,000 teachers, maybe only one teacher will go to a special school, and after it has been done, nothing will be said. So they will say, oh, wait another time. Yesterday I asked a question, are we part of this? And I was told that we wrote late, so we are going to get also late. So kindly let it be addressed. Lastly,
very lastly,
yeah, I'm giving lastly. When it comes to staffing, and I want to bear this, I'm a teacher of HI for the deaf. Not every KSL is KSL. It's a policy, it's a unified thing. Let the staffing be done based on the advisory of the ministry and other stakeholders. Otherwise, somebody is thrown to a special school for the deaf, and then the teacher is being taught KSL by the learners, and then who is teaching who then? So we must have that consideration. Otherwise, I want to close by saying our parents are so poor. Nilienda kwa boma moja, nilimfukuza mtoto fees, nikaenda kwa lile boma, nikasema in my lifetime, I will never ever go to a child's home to claim for fees.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service and for your questions. Let's take the second speaker, who's there, just here in front. And the third speaker, you can also come up. Unfortunately, we can only take 3. Otherwise, I'm told I have to pay for lunch for everybody. Yes, sister.
Thank you so much. Good to see you again. We are transitioning through a new curriculum. We have now hosted junior secondary in primary schools. This is a big, big win for inclusive education. We need to put our thinking hats to figure out again at year 9 what we're going to do about keeping access open for all children with special needs. It's not a question, it's a comment. A reminder for everybody, especially politicians, that when teachers ask for money, this is now where the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your sensitivity. As you saw, she did not look at anybody else but the sign language interpreter. That is sensitivity. My brother.
Thank you so much. And this still goes to the ministry. I'm very grateful that we have our director with us, but I put it on the side of co-curriculum. Quite often, when the allocation is made, and this is at the lower levels, special needs is taken as an activity. Why is that so? We request this, that whenever there is funds, let funds be allocated according to the activities. If it is the time of ball games, let the special needs get their allocation for special needs, for ball games. If it is music, let them get the allocation for music. Quite often we've been treated that the funds are allocated and then lumped that this one is for special needs. That really disadvantages them, and it does not give them opportunity to participate as any other group. We also want this also to be clear that we participate in our villages. We participate as hearing impairments village. We also participate as VI and any other area. Please consider this in future planning and also funding to co-curricular activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great comment. I know there are many other comments that I hear. Unfortunately, we don't have time to take them verbally. So what I'm going to ask you to do, if you can write them down, but let me just twist the question a little bit. Honorable Crystal Asige has accepted to receive a memorandum from head teachers on this issue. And we have to create that memorandum in a way that it actually speaks to the interests of the head teachers. So I'm going to request you to just write down any thoughts, any demands, any asks, any considerations that you think need to go into that memorandum, so that when Kepsha is going to the National Assembly, it will be a joint presentation to both the National Assembly and the Senate. It includes your comments. So if you can write your comments and just bring them to the front or hand them to somebody to bring to the front, we'll make sure they get into the memorandum. For only because of the sake of time, allow me to give the closing remarks from the three speakers, and I'll start in the order that we started earlier on, which is Peter Sitonei, Chairperson Shak. Any closing remarks in 1 minute?
Okay, thank you very much. I think you allow me to stand. One thing that I've discovered about special needs education, I've tried all the others, and I discovered that the only thing that will save a person with disabilities is education. I've been a member of Lions Club trying to assist the persons with disabilities. I've been a president of Lions Club of Kapsabet to make sure that I look for ways of assisting the learners with special needs. But I discovered one thing. If you take these children to school, you'll not find them in the streets. If you use money now to educate these learners, and you use all the resources, you will save our streets where we have a lot of beggars because they are persons with disabilities. So let us agree that the only thing that we need to do to these learners is to avail education, and by availing the funding and the infrastructure for them to proceed on in their education. That is my prayer, because I know for sure, if we don't do that, we shall still find them in the streets. And you see, for information, these are people who have souls. They are human beings just like me. It's only that the difference is that I have good legs. I thank God, of course, old age is coming, but I thank God. Them, they have challenges. And I want to ask you, teachers, in your special schools, in regular schools, we have that slow learning. Take your time to spend time to make sure that that child proceeds in education. Because you utakuwa umemsaidia. And if nothing is done, I tell you this, my good friends, this country will not be developing. As much as we say we are going forward, if we leave 100% of persons with disabilities, then we are not going anywhere. So we need to go together with them. Give them education, give them infrastructure, give them the funding, and they make it in life.
Thank you.
I have very good examples. I have a professor in Nairobi University who is hearing impaired. Of course, I don't need to mention Dr. Aga, who is my boss. I will not mention Mheshimiwa. It is because of education, that's why they are here. So I thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mwalimu. Let me invite now Fred Haga to basically make his last concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Dongo. Yes, I do agree with what Mr. Sitonei said, that both Mheshimiwa and I here, because of the opportunity that we got to be educated. And I would like to just leave the audience with two issues. The first one is that while the education of learners with disabilities might benefit from specialized training and resources, I wish to let the head teachers know that you have these children even in your schools. Some of them are there because they may not have been identified yet, but with the right support, children can learn in any school as long as they have the right resources and the right teachers. So as a head teacher, please, you have a responsibility to look out for that child and make sure that he or she is accessing school. You can be helped by a structure of the ministry called the Education Assessment and Resource Center, or the EACS, where you can get technical guidance on what you need to do, maybe to get the kind of support that that learner requires. The second thing that I wish to share with the audience this afternoon as I leave them is that as a head teacher, you are gatekeepers to many, many communities in this country. And today, the number of children with disabilities who are not going to school is actually much larger than the number of children without disabilities not going to school. We appeal that as you go on with your daily work, please mobilize the communities that you come from and let them know that those children with disabilities who are not going to school can grow and become dependable people who make significant contributions to national development if they are given the chance. Please be our ambassadors, because it is possible. And the government, through the Ministry of Education, is there to work with you and support you as you make sure that these children access education. The ministry has a directorate of special needs education, and you are free to provide feedback that will help. And I also recognize the comments that were made by the floor, and I take it as positive feedback. Some of those things that were suggested are already being done, and I'm happy to recognize the Director of Field Services and Coordination, in whose docket issues of co-curriculum fall, and I believe he will do something about it on top of what he's already doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And perhaps we can also at some other point talk a little bit about the debt write-off. I think that was one of the issues that was raised. Maybe that can be in the memorandum. Let me turn to Honorable Asige and take her closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that, this is a very good microphone. Thank you. Yeah. Whoever gave it to me, or to Asand, Asante. I would like to say as my final remarks that I'm listening, ladies and gentlemen, I'm listening. I'm here to listen. And I'm a very solution-oriented person. I'm sure Inugo can tell you, when in my time at Amnesty, on the board of Amnesty Kenya, I was always the person who was like, when does this meeting end so we can start actually doing the work? So I'm here to listen, but I'm also here to take action. So I almost feel like this time is not adequate enough. I know that we are running late and all, but I always feel like we need a baraza specifically for special needs education, just for you to each tell what your experiences have been, what the challenges are, and for us to figure out a strategy forward. But the memoranda will definitely assist in this at this time as a start. I also believe that we should all recognize that children with disabilities are literally the future. I mean, we have solutions, creative ways of how to go around life, how to go about our daily work, how to solve problems that you as non-disabled people will never be able to access. It's because we have these challenges that we have to deal with every single day. Myself as Crystal Asige, a visually impaired person, I was born in Bombolulu, hapa Mombasa, and now I am sitting in a Senate. Like, that's incredibly, like, it wasn't even meant to, nobody could have said that for my life. I couldn't have said it for my life, but education, number one. Number two, community around me that believed in me, that poured into my spirit positively, that said, Crystal, you can do whatever you wish to do, we are here to support you. And did not ever say, no, iyo si yako. That one, iyo si yako. They never said that to me. And I think that that is the role that we can also play outside of just your role as a teacher, but your role as a human being, your role as a community member, your role as a neighbor of a child with a disability. That's what we can start doing from today, to make sure that they feel supported, encouraged, poured into, and given opportunities that would not have otherwise been given to them. And I think lastly, I will say that I am really happy to have been a part of this discussion. Thank you so much for having me. It's my first time here, Sirungu, to be in front of all of these distinguished ladies and gentlemen who teach our country, who build our country. You are the ones who are creating people like me. And so I just want to say thank you so much, and be encouraged. Keep pushing on to usisahau, like what you're doing is really important on ground and also all the way up to the top level. So I'd like just to encourage you, and thank you so much for continuing the hard work that you are doing.
Thank you very much to the panelists. A quick summary. We have the data, we have a new government, we have a new CBC presidential task force, we have the laws, as you have heard, we have a ministry that is concerned about this issue, we have allies now in the National Assembly and in the Senate and in civil society. And the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why can we not do more on this issue to make a difference? As head teachers, you are just, I think, to paraphrase what Honorable Asige has said, you don't just teach students, you teach nations. And nations are judged not by those that are powerful or privileged to have access, but those that struggle to have access. And learners with disabilities are primary candidates for your attention. So please pour your spirit into them. Pour your courage into them, pour your learning innovation into them, and allow them to be able to flourish. And perhaps we can see many, many more senators like Crystal Asige, because as she has said, it is really only you that prevent many senators from coming from her background and being able to lead this country, not just on disability rights, but on all kinds of rights. I'm receiving your petitions, please send them through. Even as we come off the stage. And lastly, just as we close, on behalf of Amnesty International Kenya, we wish you happy holidays, we wish you safety, both on the internet and in your communities. And we also invite you to become members of Amnesty International Kenya. Amnesty International Kenya is a membership organization. We are not a non-governmental organization. We have 23,000 supporters and members in this country. Many of them are teachers. And just to give you two examples, not only was Crystal Asige our first disability rights activist on our board, but we now have our very first head teacher who sits on our board, and that's Mwalimu Charles Omote. So we are really open for interaction with you to protect students, to protect you as teachers, to protect your playgrounds, and any other part of the world that you are currently serving. I thank you very much for the opportunity to have been with you in this session. I wish you great deliberations for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Wow. We are telling them congratulations. Sidio, are we not congratulating them? Please, before you leave, we have something small for you. Brother. Oh yes, we have our guest in the house. Mr. The assistant to your brother or you, Bwana Hesmond, the Ferrari, the secretary, please come up on the stage. Please come up on the stage so that we can award our speakers for this session. Can we have the congratulation message? Please, DJ, congratulate our speakers.
Congratulations. them say that I can never be loved. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can God with the Lord? Nobody. Who can change my world? Many years, many ways.
Any head teacher from Kaloleni? Kaloleni, that is Kilifi County. Any teacher from Kaloleni, please. Tafadhali, asante sana. Thank you very much. Paderungu, that was a well-made job done, and your team, thank you very much. Madam Senator, we wish you the very best. One of our own from Bombolulu. Wow. Just from here. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea, tusichoke. Tunaendelea. And we are almost winding up. As you can see from the program, we would like now to have on the stage Dr. Julius Otundo. Dr. Julius Otundo. Nabiwa Yuko. Yes, yes, yes. Enabling and empowering teachers through high-impact professional development. Makofi kwa daktari as he arrives.
Right, good afternoon everyone. As they set up that, it's very difficult to speak to a congregation, particularly towards lunch hour when we are just about to move. Thank you so much, thank you. Dr. Tundo is my name. I teach at Triara University and I coordinate professional development programs. But at the same time, I pride in being an educator for many years. And my presentation is dedicated to teachers and most importantly to my primary school teachers down in the village. If we had time, I would say a story about how I reached to where I am today, but I wouldn't say it. But I want to dedicate this to my teachers, primary school teachers down in the village. And I'm proud to say that last time I checked, teachers are the only people who pray for abundance for everybody. Everybody else prays for subtraction, but teachers pray for abundance. While even people are complaining and saying the economy is bad and that we should have fewer children, but teachers are praying that we should have more children. So I'm really proud. I really pride in having the teachers. Even as one who sells clothes will always pray that your cloth gets torn before you buy a new one. So last time I checked, I think I pride in having the teachers to be how far we are today. We are looking at continuing professional development, and all the things that has been happening here is basically around professional development of the teachers. I'm a strong proponent of the new curriculum, or the competence-based curriculum. And the concept that is controlling the competence-based curriculum is basically learning to learn. Meaning that we do not stop learning. We have lifelong learning. And the responsibility of the teachers is now changing from the concept of teaching to the concept of facilitating learning. It is moving the teachers away from the concept of being the center of knowledge and releasing it to the learners as the centers of knowledge. And for that to happen, it means teachers need to continually empower themselves. Because professional development is not only for teachers, for everyone. And I want us to look at first slide, if you can move to the first slide. And we look at this manual. We can look at, are you on the second slide or first slide? Second slide, and not well, yes. Let's all look at that. When you look at that animal down there, and you see what the cat is looking at, and it's just wondering, how possible is it that my colleague can be able to fly or to jump over me? And possibly it is wondering, how can it get there? So after that cat wandering for quite a period of some time, what it has done, it decided to make a decision. And that is the decision the cat has made. It was wondering, how do I get there? But now it has finally made a decision. And the decision it has made is saying, look, I need to go back to school. And we need to begin to demystify the concept of schooling and the concept of education and learning. For a long time, we have seen schooling as a concept of education, and I say no, it is not. And this is the reason for which you discover that teachers or children will go through a concept of diffusion, but then they are unable to prepare an African mixed tea, because the concept, the teacher at the time of teaching did not help the learners to understand why they learned that specific concept. I've had various presenters here speak about sustainable development goals. And I ask myself a big question where, as teachers, whether we are aware how eradication of poverty, how agriculture and food security can be done effectively if agriculture is optional. We have a problem with food, but agriculture is optional. So the big question that comes in for us to begin to think, how then can we have a curriculum that supports eradication of poverty as one of the areas of the Sustainable Development Goals? Today we are talking about climate justice and change, but we are asking ourselves, how does the planning, the lesson planning and scheming of a teacher and outlining the specific learning outcomes align with climate justice and change? Today we are talking about conflict and conflict resolution, and we are asking ourselves, how then is it possible for that to be aligned with what the teachers are doing in the class with the learners? And it all starts with us. It all starts with the leadership, it all starts with the teachers. Look at the evolution of man. If there was no continuous transformation and change, that means we would have remained, please move to the third slide, we would have remained in the same state for all the years. And that means that we would have already remained at the concept of the first man. The one means that God therefore designed the fact that we have to undergo continuous development in our profession and in what we do. And that is for the purpose of continuous improvement. I have realized, and I want to appreciate the fact that the Kenyan government has really met my dream as one of the key proponents of this curriculum. And I hear people say that it's a new thing for domiciling the junior secondary in the primary school. It is not. That was basically the basic framework. When you look at the basic framework of this curriculum, junior secondary is under middle school. It was not under senior school. It has 3 tiers. Tier 1, early years education, which is PP1 up to grade 3. And then tier 2, we have upper primary and middle school. And then tier 3, we have senior school and tertiary. But my good friend Prof comes and says, we will do it otherwise. The only thing he did wrongly is, in international standards and standards, what is not written is not done. There was no policy document supporting what he was proposing. There was none. And so we are just going back to what was there. If you look at the requirements of registering a primary school today, are the same requirements of registering a junior secondary school. And so for me, I pride in that fact. And so the teachers or the head teachers of primary schools and the teachers at large in primary schools will now have a mandate to pride about. I have children and I'm a family person, and my biggest question I ask, in developmental stages of children, at which stage does an 11-year-old child begin to listen or reason on the same platform with an 18-year or 17-year, when you look at the child developmental stages? All those things need to be addressed. And that then brings up the concept of ensuring, that slide, we get to the next slide, of professional development for not only teachers but also for all other professions. In life, we must have continued improvement. I have listened to presentation on the special needs education here. I do not know whether our teachers are aware that major disabilities are not physically handicapped, are not visually handicapped. They are basically learning difficulties. The children we have in our classrooms, dyscalculia, children who live with dyslexia, children who live with dyspraxia, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, they are all in our classrooms. Those are the children teachers interact with every day. What does that mean? That there is need on professional development for teachers to understand different learners that we have. Come to multiple intelligences of the learners. I came here and I've seen many of us come and speak and stand here. I am personally a kinesthetic learner, so I cannot speak standing in one place. I want to touch something, and that is the reason why I said, let me have a mic where I can move around a bit. There is that learner in your class who has that intelligence, kinesthetic, bodily kinesthetic. He wants to do mathematics in the field, doing physical exercises. But that is only possible if teachers are developed on understanding the multiple intelligences for learners. We have the naturalistic learners. They want to observe the environment as they learn. We have the verbolinguistic learners, the ones who turn up to become politicians and they speak. We have the intrapersonal learners. We have the interpersonal. The big question we must ask ourselves, are all our teachers aware of the different learning styles? When you look at the major learning theories, and one of it being the constructivism theory, we ask ourselves, do our teachers understand the concept of using models like KWN model, where learning starts with the learner, and the teacher takes 15% of the voice in the classroom, as the learner takes the 85% of the classroom. All that it is possible through continuous professional development. When I checked last, Kenya is at 81.78% literacy in the 21st century. But China is at 99.98% of literacy. Finland, it is 100%. But Kenya has continually compared itself with Uganda and Tanzania. Have we ever asked ourselves the kind of competition it would be if dwarfs competed for height? If dwarfs competed for height, what is the expectation of the competition? So sometimes I get sick when every time I hear Kenya say, but you know what? We are above Uganda. We are above Tanzania. We are above this. We cannot go that way. What is it that is our standard? Do we understand our own standards? And that is possible when we embrace continuous professional development. That is the concept of learning to learn. In adulthood as teachers, how do we intend to retire at 60 years? Really? My mother today is 96 years, and we still talk on phone, and she still asks me, have you taught? Have you gone to class to teach? So I'm asking myself, if I was to retire at 60 years to leave active service, what am I going to do? But if you've gone through serious continuous professional development, you will be consultants, you will be able to move to the next level. In fact, at 60 years, life has just begun for a teacher. So when we look at teaching as a concept of ending at 60 years, I'll tell you we are wrong. And that is why in adulthood, we still continue with professional development. Career advancement, leadership skills. How do teachers begin to understand leadership as a service and not as a position? Because many times I want to say I'm a leader because I have become a deputy. I am a leader because I have become the head of the school. I am a leader because I'm the head of the department. What about looking at leadership as a continuous service as opposed to leadership as a position? Many times we get to our schools and we manage schools, but do we ever manage learning? So quickly, because my time is almost over, but I'll request for extra 5 minutes and then I'll be done. So despite the teachers' best efforts, many of them struggle in the effective management of learning. Research, as I said earlier, has proved that pre-training alone is not enough to equip professionals with the necessary knowledge, skills, attitudes, and effective delivery of service. Any plant would always want to die or would die off if it is not watered. Knowledge is like a plant that needs to be watered to keep professional wellness of teachers. In the demands of the 21st century, where a child at 6 months is able to manipulate a gadget, meaning we have gone into the era where when mothers are expecting, they are busy browsing. So children are born with the DNA of browsing. But here we are as teachers saying, look, digital literacy is for others, it is not for us. And that means the demand of the 21st century, which confronts children with complex cultural, economic, technological, global challenges. Teachers need to prepare themselves for such kinds of learners. And that means I will not even go to the definition of professional development, because that is something we can read. You can go to a slide on definition, but I'll just read the process by which teachers review, renew, extend their commitment as change agents, and by which they acquire and develop critically the knowledge, skills, planning, and practice, and that is attitude, through each phase of their learning lives. And that is by day 1999. And OECD 2010 looks at professional development as a body of systematic activities to prepare teachers for their job, including initial training, induction courses, in-service training, and continuous professional development within the school settings. The next slide. Why is it important? I think I have mentioned much of it. Why is professional development important? It provides an opportunity for teachers to learn and relearn. So for us to ensure that this is happening, we learn new things, we unlearn what we have learned in the other way around, or wrongly, or has been improved. An example, teachers in the classroom learned about Bloom's taxonomy, application of Bloom's taxonomy of 1956. Today, we have a revised one of 2001, where evaluation used to be at the highest level, now creation of knowledge is at the highest level. I also said we adopt the best practices for the benefit of the learners. Through this, why should we do it? Changes the teacher's approach, attitude, understanding, and practice to enhance the level of learning. The next one is develops the competencies to deal with changing scenario in teaching and learning process. And then allows dimensions of change, adaptability, provides opportunities for professional communities of practice as an important aspect. The things I have mentioned about, moderator, 2 minutes, I will be gone. We are moving away from the level where learners were just receptors of knowledge to learners being creators of knowledge. Where knowledge was fixed to knowledge as constructed and evolving. Knowledge as learned as for an individual to collaborative knowledge. Knowledge remaining as a disciplinary focus but going into interdisciplinary. We are looking at assessment. We are looking at assessment that has moved from judgmental assessment to flexible assessment. We are looking at leadership not as a position, but leadership as a service. And we are looking at physical learning not as a space, but integrated learning where learning is not defined by the space. Learning is defined by the aspect of whether inside a classroom or outside a classroom. Some of the critical areas of continuous professional development include teachers being aware of the concepts of financial literacy, both institutional and personal. Leadership and management skills, not necessarily because of the head teachers or the principals alone. inclusive education practices, leaders, learner-centered and teaching pedagogies, gender engendering. How do we make gender engendering as a major concept in learning? Legal matters in education. That can a teacher understand the effect of planning a lesson in the context of the Constitution, in application of Article 53 of the Constitution in regard to education for all. Climate change, I have mentioned that. Quality control and standards, digital literacy, education and sustainable development, child development and well-being, and many others. So as I end, there are various ways we can do it through in-house, organized, structured by your employers. You can do it at networking with your neighboring schools, organized workshops and seminars, upgrading and enhancement programs. That means skills development is not an event, but it is a process. And therefore I urge all of us to join me in this journey of ensuring that our teachers continually go through continuing professional development. Thank you for this afternoon, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As we usher in Dr. Benson Njoroge, Dean, School of Education, Mount Kenya University. Haya, tupigie makofi kwa ajili ya kazi nzuri ambayo amefanya, na tunamwalika Madam Phoebe amkabidhi hiyo zawadi yake. Tafadhali, Madam Phoebe. Dr. Benson Njoroge from Mount Kenya University, karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Moses Derito. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my dean, Dr. Benson Njoroge. And because Daktari has already spoken, we were given the same presentation to make, and therefore I'll not delve too much on what he has already spoken about. As we all know, great professional development leads to great teaching, and this leads to improved students' outcome. We know that at the end of it all, the person we are interested in here is the learner. And whatever it is that we are doing in our classrooms is geared towards ensuring that the learner gets the best. For that reason, continuous professional development is necessary. Now, we were given the topic, enabling and empowering teachers through how we impact professional development. And I want to quote John Cotton, who said, "Who dares to teach must never cease to learn." In other words, that person who is going to teach like me and you, we must always continually teach. And I always encourage myself when I remember the way my primary school teacher, one who inspired me a lot, Mr. Paul Muraguri. He is now retired. If I were to teach the way Paul Muraguri taught me, I think I would be doing a disservice to my learners. Because he himself changed so much. There has been a lot of improvement in the way teaching and learning is done, and for that reason, the current teacher must continually improve his skills by making sure that we do what we are referring to as continuous professional development. And David Williams quoted and said, every teacher needs to improve. Not because they are not good enough, but because they can even be better. In other words, we are saying, it is not because we are not good enough, but it is because we can always be better. And that is the reason why we are saying we need to do continuous professional development. And for that reason, that is why your employer has introduced the teacher professional development. And we are saying that this TPD, or the teacher professional development, is the continuous updating of professional knowledge and improvement of personal competencies throughout one's teaching life. Because there are many things that keep coming every now and then, and for that reason, we are saying we need to continually improve ourselves. And we also agree that we have a very dynamic environment, an environment that is changing every other day. As several speakers have spoken, the way we behave during our times and the way our children are behaving are completely different. There is a lot of innovation that is coming up, a lot of technological advancement that is coming up, and for that reason, if we don't cope with what is going on, we are going to lose it. We are going not to teach the way we are supposed to teach, but we are going to lose it because we have not given ourselves time to be improved. And for that reason, because the teacher professional development is a continuous process of reflection, learning and action to further teachers' professionalism, we have to involve ourselves in a lot of knowledge and skills development. We have to be leaders. And I'm happy that I'm speaking to instructional leaders. Instructional leaders who own everything. The buck stops at your office. Everything that is happening in your office, or rather in your school, the buck stops at you. Therefore, you must be ahead of every one of them in that school in terms of everything that is happening, so that you can give guidance. And for that reason, we are saying all of us, including you who is listening to me now, requires to go through the TPD, the teacher professional development, because we know if we don't do that, then we will not have the authority to say authoritatively that everybody must go for TPD because this is what we are supposed to be doing because of what is happening currently. And one Tagore, a Nobel laureate, and who is also an educator and a poet, said, a teacher can never truly teach unless he is still learning himself. A lamp can never light another lamp unless it continues to burn its own flame. The teacher who has come to the end of his subject, who has not even trafficked with his knowledge, but merely repeats his lesson to his learners, can only load their minds. He cannot quicken them. Therefore, we are saying, as teachers, we must ensure that we do continuous professional development and virtually do the TPD, and so that we can teach the way we are supposed to teach. Now, if we teach today's students as we were taught yesterday, we rob them of their tomorrow. This is a quote that was quoted by John Dewey, and I agree with that. Now, professional development activities could definitely target content knowledge. There are many things that are coming up now, and we know that there are things that are happening that are helping in ensuring that the teacher keeps on being empowered every other day. Now, and the teacher can engage in professional development activities, either individually in a micro setting or in a macro setting by collaborating with others. Now, you as the head teacher, let me ask this question, and I wish I would get an answer. If you are teaching class 5, or let's say grade 6, grade 6A, and another teacher is teaching grade 6B. You, the head teacher, is teaching grade 6A, the other teacher is teaching grade 6B, and both of you, when the results are announced, the other fellow beats you, what should you do? Do you have him fired or transferred from that school? No. What should you do in a clever manner? You know, as an instructional leader, everything around that school is yours. So you cleverly go and sit behind there and say, I am doing instructional leadership, and by supervision, I'm sitting here to supervise you. You are my teacher. But actually, you know, behind your back, you're actually lying. Because this guy is always producing better results than you. You should not have him fired. You should, or am I saying something that is impossible? It can happen, isn't it? Therefore, we can do it cleverly by sitting behind there and having an observation that is going on, whatever he is doing, and then implementing. And even tell others to do the same. If this guy is always topping even the district, even in the county, he's always becoming #1 in his session, then it is good that we know what he is doing. Okay, now, all right, without repeating what has been said, now the TPD is good and it is necessary. And for that reason, we as Mount Kenya University have come up with a very robust way of ensuring that you go through the same. Why are we doing this? It is because there are several things that a teacher wants. Number one, a teacher wants a voice and a choice in the teacher professional development offer. He also requires professional development that is relevant for his students. Because if it is not relevant, then the teacher will not be interested. Number three, the teacher requires that they can use the professional development that they can use right away. Not teacher professional development that is not going to help them. They need something that they can use right now. So professional teachers want professional development that is conducted by professionals. And I can assure you at Mount Kenya University, we have very competent teachers and lecturers and professors who are going to handle this. And number five, teacher wants professional development that is innovative. And for that reason, without going into other details, I want to bring to you what we are doing at Mount Kenya University. We have ensured that we have an online platform that is helping us to reach you where you are. You don't have to come to the university, we reach you where you are. The online platform is so robust. It is on a platform that is known as Sakai. And if you want to reach us, you can get to us through going to Google Play Store and downloading MKU TPD app. If you go to Google Play Store, you only need to type MKU TPD app, it will come up, and the process of registering is so simple. Now, this professional development app helps you to learn, number one. It helps you to interact with us, the lecturers. It helps you to carry out KWL that was mentioned by Daktari, and it also helps you to do a lot of exposition. There are times we even group learners together or teachers together as per counties so that they can interact with us. And as I conclude, it is good to invest in your professional development. It is good for you to specialize and team up with colleagues who have different strengths. This is a quote by Melissa Milloway, and for that reason, without taking too much time, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, sir. As we wait for the next presenter, Bwana Eliud Wambua, twakusihi Bwana Cheva. Karibu tumtunuku aliyekuwa yetu. Thank you very much. Now, we are waiting for Eliud Wambua, who is our last presenter. Lakini delegate msitoke, kumbuka tuna zawadi ambazo zinawagonya. Huku tukitarajia ya kwamba ni zawadi ya kungoja wewe. Asante. Bana Ariel Wambua, are you sour? Thank you very much. Let's clap for him as he enters.
Thank you. I'm an alumni of MKU, so I happily do this.
Tosha.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman and the delegates, I wish to invite you to work with me in a very short time on co-curricular activities in our CBC reforms. I want to imagine that this is the area that has really been covered by almost everyone, but the most striking was Dr. Jenga, who said that we must allow our children to play. And I want to say that on behalf of the Ministry of Education, we have the Directorate of that is the Directorate of Field Coordination and Co-Curricular Activities. The greetings from the Director, Mr. Duale, who has just been with us and he has just left because of an appointment elsewhere. I wish to present to you just very briefly on what we are doing in terms of integrating the talent aspect into CBC. And before I do that, I want to recognize in the House, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the associations that run co-curricular activities in the primary sector. Mr. Mbalo, Mr. Chairman, if you are here, please, I want to recognize you. Mr. Mbalo, yes, that is the chairman of the Kenya Primary School Sports Association. We need to clap for him. And then the treasurer is in the House, Ben Achen. That is the team that has steered the activities, and I want to believe that ties up with the co-curricular activities and also the curriculum that we are dealing with. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that the Ministry of Education, through that Directorate of Field Coordination and Co-curricular Activities, releases a calendar of events every year to be able to guide activities that go towards the co-curricular activities that stem from the sports to the music to the drama festival, the SNE games, the teacher training colleges, and these associations are run by teachers, and majority of the officials are head teachers. So I want to believe that the primary school association has reached that level, and I want to believe that, Mr. Chairman, you need to support the sports association to be able to achieve their mandate, because we have started the shuttle diplomacy with the East Africa countries to be able to have primary school games at the East Africa level as a standalone. And that is something that is in progress, and we want to request the association to please continue that shuttle diplomacy and make sure that we actualize that dream, because that is very important for our children. I also want to mention that, ladies and gentlemen, that we have restricted activities that go on and games, and our curriculum is very clear on the KICD, and we are yet to review and make sure that we unload a few other games, but of course with availability of resources. So that's a challenge that we have. I wanted to bring this to your attention. We have some games that we put aside because of austerity measures, and hoping that when things improve, we shall be able to unload them. The schools are expected to expose their learners in sports and then select the most talented to go for guided competitions. So this is something that I want to recognize, and I want to say that Mr. Chairman and the team that is here, that on this Saturday we have the national trials for the World Cross Country that select the Team Kenya that will represent this country in Australia in February, and we have invited 108 students and pupils from our primary schools to come and compete on competence, and they will be running in Ruiru grounds on Saturday. So this is something that is saying that our schools are the nursery, and we are the people who feed this country with the talented ones, and that's where they begin. So we want to support that, ladies and gentlemen. Then I want to say that the institutions are also permitted to train and participate in sports that are not in the Ministry of Education calendar, like the Athletics Kenya, like the Football Kenya Federation, where the schools can be able to have, and even the clubs that our children are playing. So we want to say that this is very important for us. And on this note, I want to say, Mr. Chairman and your team, in terms of wellness, that physical education and physical activities is very important. For us, it is physical activity, Mr. Chairman, so that we keep fit and we make sure that we avoid these lifestyle challenges that we are facing and the diseases that we have, and we avoid the hospitals and reduce on the intake of drugs because of exercise. So physical education and physical activity is very key for us. PE was introduced, various sports and skills that are done through the practical lessons in our physical education. And on this note, I want to say that, Mr. Chairman, we have the first ever, since inception, the first ever physical education and health policy that was launched, and now it is in force. We want to call about health teachers, kindly, let us come on board because we are on the steering wheel and make sure that we enforce the implementation of the physical education policy where PE time is not mathematics time. And that is something that we are saying is a ministry that we need to really take leadership on. And then I also wanted to mention that the organization of sports and talent development, the ministry, is assisted by the associations. And I want to say we have associations that deal with this, and they manage it on behalf of the Ministry of Education. The main associations are the Kenya Primary School Sports Association, the Kenya Secondary School Sports Association, and the Kenya Teachers Training Colleges Sports Association. Then the officials managing the associations are games teachers and head teachers and principals who are elected at the sub-county, county, region, and national level to organize sports and competitions. This is something that we want to say our teachers have gotten it very right, and our head teachers have been there to provide direction. At the level, at those levels, we advocate for numbers. We have numbers, and they serve for 5 years. I also want to say that the role of the ministry in this program is mainly to coordinate, supervise, and mobilize resources to run the competitions. The sports officials deal with the program implementation. So what are we saying? We are saying it's our teachers, it's our head teachers who run co-curricular activities in the ministry. Then the games and sports, we organize clinics. We have always been organizing some clinics here and there. But I want to say that with the new dispensation currently, capacity building is one of the issues that have been put a bit on hold. So we shall try and rationalize and see the areas that we must be able to undertake. And specifically, I want to address the issue about drama and music, where you cannot learn drama without training. You cannot do music without training. So much as we want to say, we will request for waiver on that, as the other ministries undertake the same, so that the Ministry of Education is allowed to be able to undertake this training, because we cannot proceed without training on that. Then the issue about funding, I want to mention about funding, that this is a work in progress, and the Presidential Working Party is seriously addressing the issue about allocation of co-curricular activities funds to be able to reach out to every child in this nation. And that's an area that we have been having an issue, and we want to say that once the report is out, probably we shall see what it has proposed, and then we shall see what can be implemented. Schools are required to buy equipment, sports equipment, with this capitation that is usually given, which is never adequate, and we want to say we are calling upon our partners. And I want to recognize that for us, and the chairman with your team, this is the time the Kenya Primary School Sports Association went back where it was, where we had sponsors like Milo. I remember I went to South Africa during the World Cup, courtesy of the Kenya Primary School Sports Association, to take our team that was playing under 13 soccer before the curtain raiser for the World Cup in South Africa. And this is where we need to go back, and it was sponsored by Milo. That was Nestle Food. So we need partners to come on board and support our activities. We have those who have been on board, but of course with COVID, I think I want to say that we lost most of our partners and sponsors. Like we did not lose them, but we have not renewed the contracts. That is the Brookside, Daily, the Coca-Cola, the Airtel, the banks. Our banks have been very clear. The Nestle Food and the county government and the like. So I wanted just to mention that that is something that we need to do. The achievements that we have attained so far, I want to say that the achievement that the Ministry of Education has achieved so far is that we have been able to push for East Africa Championships since 2002. And I want to say out of the 20 editions, Kenya has won 17 out of 20 of the championships. And this is one of the areas that we really applaud as a ministry, and we want to say we welcome the primary sector again, now that we
we are saying that we want to have the standard loan for the East Africa, for the primary, and it comes, I think Kenya will be another powerhouse again in that category. In that case also I want to say that we have, our schools are the bulk producers of athletes in our national teams, and this is where we are saying we need to come and network. The establishment of our talent centers, we want to say that we are in negotiation with the Treasury to be able to get funding for talent centers in this country, so that we can be able to identify and develop the talent in some of the specialized institutions in this country. The networking aspect, I want to say that it's very important, and we need to also prepare the officials on training for the same. Major challenges, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, and this is where I know we have a major challenge. One major challenge is inadequate funding for talent identification, nurturing and development. That's a clear challenge for us as a directorate, and we want to say that we call upon partners to come on board and support us. Lack of standard facilities, sports facilities, equipment, and most institutions are inadequate sports fields. Learn in both primary and secondary schools. This is something that you need to really understand, that we really, even I think, Mr. Chairman, if you agree with me, because you are a former outgoing chairman of the Sports Association in Nairobi. Even in Nairobi schools, we don't have standard fields for primary schools. Mostly we use the secondary school fields. And this is an area that we really need to see, because now this is a partnership that we are saying that we need to see what we can share and improve on the infrastructure for our schools now that CBC is with us. Shortage of qualified coaches and physical education teachers is a challenge for us, and I want to imagine that this, the other challenge is too much emphasis on academics. This is a pathway now, so we are already sorted out. We want to believe that now that we have a sports pathway, the senior secondary, then we shall be able to have our energy diverted again, not from the books again to something else. This is in view of the current reforms. Now we are focusing on areas that ensure gradual actualization of sports pathway within CBC. Provision of appropriate infrastructure. We are looking at this, and this is an area that we need to really invest on. We call upon, like for our part of our partners, when they come, they construct fields like basketball courts, and they are able to at least enhance access to our games. So we call upon partners again to come on board. The training of personnel to identify talents, we need the scouts who should be able to scout this. Preparation of the guidelines for the quality assurance. We quality assure our championships, and every other time we have an activity report, and that activity report usually is digested to give feedback. Review of school sports governance structures. Soon we shall be able to embark on elections for our associations to be able to put officers in place, and that will be something that we'll be communicating as a ministry. Resource mobilization. This is an area that we really need to come up with. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that co-curricular activities is the backbone of, it's a completeness of the curriculum, and without co-curricular activities, the curriculum is incomplete. So we want to believe that we will find time to be able to come up with the strategies that will be able to have a multi-sectoral approach for us. For our teacher training colleges, it's good for you to note that teaching practice is no longer teaching practice, it is now practical. And for those of us, please go and Google the difference between teaching practice and practical. And physical education is now assessment, we are doing 2 assessments for internal and external assessment for practical in our teacher training. And this is empowering our people. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I just wanted to say that for us, we welcome you on board, and we are very consultative, and the doors are very open for discussion to be able to achieve the dream of making our children disciplined. The last item I wanted to mention here, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, is that Kenya is suffering from a very serious issue called doping, and I want to bring it to your attention as I see that we get concerned about our learners, and because they are being cheated by the adults, and they are taking drugs, and that is doping, and they are really affected, and them they are very innocent. And then the last item is that we have gender-based violence amongst our children. Please, head teachers, take charge of your athletes. I want to report here in this meeting that we are very impressed. Every other time we select a team that is traveling out of this country, like the team that we traveled with to Colombia for the World Athletics Championship, head teachers who are calling in person asking, is it true that this athlete has been selected because there is somebody who wants to take the athlete to bring to Nairobi? So you have to confirm. And our message here is that we insist that the head teacher assigns a teacher to bring that student, that pupil, or the head teacher himself comes and brings that child to us. So that is something that we really want to really, and lastly to our Teacher Service Commission, the Teacher Service Commission that are in the house here, we want to request kindly on behalf of the Ministry of Education that every other time that our teachers have been selected to take teams out of this country, we request Teachers Service Commission to treat it as a gift to our teachers so that we don't have any teacher missing an international trip because it may be the only one in a lifetime. Like we had 2 of them who missed going to Eugene, America, and I don't know whether they will go there again, but they were from the secondary sector because they did not get clearance. I don't know whether they are the ones who did not see it the right way, but they were unable to travel, and they were also not able to get visas to travel. So ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure together, and we welcome you again once more. Looking forward to having our championship. Our calendar of events is on the desk of the PS, and I want to confirm that we release calendar of events in November, but because of the transition, the document is at the desk of Dr. Belio Kipsang, and I want to confirm and I want to believe that Belio Kipsang will ascend to the same document and it will be in circulation in the shortest time possible. God bless you all.
Thank you. Before you leave the dais, please, Mr. Macharia, we kindly request you to come and present a token of appreciation to Mr. Wambua. Tafadhali tucheze mziki kidogo ili tuweze kujitayarisha kwa ajili ya zawadi ambazo ziko hapa, zawadi ambazo zimekuwa zimegojewa na walimu kwa hamu na gamu. Huku tukianza na maswali, nafikiri Madam Karo uko tayari? Sawa. Madam Karo asema ako tayari, kwa hivyo Thank you, Mr. Macharia. Haya, na sasa wakati ambao tulikuwa tunaugoja kwa hamu na gamu ndio huu umefika. Maswala ndio yale ambayo yaelekezwa pale kwa screen. Oxford wako wapi? Aha, tafadhali. Tazama pale kwa runinga kuna maswali. Swali la kwanza. Vipasa sauti, kinasa sauti kiko wapi? Amepata Karo? Yes. Okay. I am made to understand that members of the National Executive Board and members of the National Governing Council are not eligible for participation. Members of the National Executive Board, members of the National Governing Council are not eligible to participate. Please bear with us. So, Mombasa is qualified on the basis of being a member of the National National Governing Council.
Okay, I anajibu Moses and Mildred, Moses and the kidnappers, and Moses on the move. Thank you.
Amepata. Mwalimu tafadhali karibu hapa mbele. Swali la pili. Swali la pili ndilo hilo. Hey, wapatiwe nafasi sauti.
Pertinent and contemporary issues.
Amepata tafadhali. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Swali la tatu.
Mtaala wa umilisi wa kimsingi. Mtaala wa umilisi wa kimsingi.
Hello. Amepata. Hey, leo.
Good.
Haya, swali la nne.
Susanna.
Swali la nne ndilo hilo la kuja. Haya.
It is very simple and you can understand.
Amepata. Hey. Haya. Question number 5. Question number 5. There are 4 questions. 5 questions. Question number 5.
Edison.
Amenoa. Any other trial?
www.oxford.co.uk.
Jim amepata? Yes. Thank you, karibu. Those are 5 and the 5 questions are over. So wapatiwe zawadi. Huku tukigoja kuwapatia zawadi, kuna rafu ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika asubuhi, lakini hatukupata, wale hawakupatikana. Sasa wakati ndio huu, tunatafuta mtu ambaye atakuwa mshindi. Haya. Bishop, tafadhali, come and pick one and read the name. Haya, mziki kidogo ndio huo unaendelea. Chini kwa chini. Haya, Bishop, you can announce the name.
Regina Benz, Kapchetek Private.
Again?
Regina Benz, Kapchetek.
Regina Bet. Are you in the house? Are you go? Mwingine ambaye
anamjua
lazima awe in the hall. Lazima awe in the hall. Aya, Bishop, another one. I am thinking.
Richard Kieti. Richard Kieti.
Richard hapo ndani ya hall. Hey, congratulations brother. Moja mbele tafadhali. Haya, tumo. Wengine wawili. Tega sikio tafadhali. Mitei, Philip, tafadhali. Chukua utuambie ni nani huyu mwenye bahati. Bila kuomea jina lake.
Music 0702 981
Name?
534.
Name?
Habiba Ramadan.
Habiba Ramadan. Je, ako ndani?
From St. Joseph Primary School, Kwale.
Aonekana hayupo. Kwa hivyo,
hayuko.
Madam Fatuma.
Koech Magrina. Koech Magrina from Jusenat School.
Koech Magrina. Uasin Gishu.
Koech Marina.
Inaonekana pia yeye hayumo. Chukua nyingine. Baya.
Seurei Bernard, 0724 863077 from St. Mark's Kappa SCK Primary School, Kapsabet.
Je, umo ndani?
Absent. Seurei Bernard.
Kama hayumo, tuchukue nyingine. Madam Fatuma, tusubiri hiyo nyingine.
Andrew Obio.
Andrew
Obio.
Andrew Obio. Hey, tayari alikuwa ametokea. The other one.
Ruben Rono.
Ruben Doro.
Kitende Primary, Kericho.
Ruben Doro.
Rono.
Ruben Doro from Kericho. Ai, yaonekana pia hayupo.
Alice Nasambo, 0710-873-431 from Keptais.
Pia hayumo. Hey. Waambiwe haraka haina baraka. Walipatwa na haraka, baraka ikawatoroka.
Haya, Samuel Kinudia. Ruiru, Precious, Cornerstone.
Samuel Kinudia pia yaonekana. Hawa jamaa si waambiwe mvumilivu huna mbivu. Jameni, walikosa kuvumilia.
Katalin Kinaruru.
Again?
Catherine Kinaruru.
Catherine. Oh, amo ndani. Catherine is there.
Oh, karibu.
Karibu Catherine. Yes. Okay, now. Watatunukiwa nini? Naona mpira pale. Naona mkoba, naona mwavuli. Wana bahati. Madam Catherine naona anatunukiwa mwavuli. Naona ule mwavuli unafunguliwa. Mwavuli ambao umeandikwa Oxford University Press. Edu Zolo. Hey, congratulations, Madam Catherine. Naona kakangu naye pale amepatiwa mpira wa hali ya juu. Mikasa. Naonekana ana furaha tele. Furaha riburi. Yes? Segure. Okay. Naona mwingine naye pale. Najua Segure amefika. Okay. Kwanza tumalize na haya na hao wengine. a group. Caro, Madam Caro. Are you ready? Are you ready, Madam Caro? Okay, tuangalie pale, let's look at the screen. More questions are coming. More questions are coming. Na kumbuka, ukijibu vizuri, zawadi ndio hiyo ya kungoja. Vinasa sauti viko wapi? Where are the microphone? Naona moja pale, upande huu mwingine microphone iko wapi? Upande huu mwingine microphone iko wapi?
Iko hapa.
Oh, sawa.
Targeta exams.
Again?
Targeta exams.
Targeta exams. Je, amepata?
Targeta exams because it covers the encyclopedia work. Say summary of encyclopedia work.
Encyclopedias.
La hasha.
Targeta exams because it covers the work of encyclopedia. It's a summary.
As for me, it is target exams because it makes most of my pupils revise a lot.
That's correct.
Haya. Patiana kinasa sauti.
It is the encyclopedia.
Mwanaume ashapata.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. Haya, the next question. Vinasa sauti viko wapi?
Targeta tracker exam.
Caro. 3. Yep.
We want 3.
3.
Targeta weeks.
Vinasa sauti upande huu viko wapi tafadhali?
Targeta weeks. Targeta tracker. And targeta series.
Hello. Yes. It is targeta weeks, targeta merit, and targeta track. Correct.
Amepata Karo, sawa.
Correct.
Nenda pale. Tuna wawili sasa watatu. 3 more questions.
The titles are, we have A Finder for chemistry, A Finder for mathematics, and A Finder for biology.
Correct.
Karo, amepata. Tafadhali songa hapa mbele. Haya, swali la 4th question.
Nine. No. Learning areas.
Yeah.
No. 13. No.
11 learning areas.
No.
Bado.
17 learning areas.
Correct.
17 amepata. One more.
Nine series.
No.
3 series.
Yes.
3. Yes, 3. Bado. free. Whoever says free is right. Haya, wamefika watano and so is around. What will we? Yes? What? Yes, endelea madam Winnie. Haya, mziki uendelee chini kwa chini. Distinction publisher wako wapi? Distinction Karo, distinction uko tayari? Sawa. Maswali ndio yale. Swali la kwanza, that's the first question.
4 cities.
3.
4. We have 4.
4 is right.
Which is which?
Mombasa. 4. 4.
The question is already answered. 4. There are 4 and the question was already answered and yes.
It's the one who has answered.
Both of them say 4. This is the right person. He's the one, he's watching the phone. Now, mimi niko hapa jameni, na mimi
Nimesema ni 4.
Tafadhali. Okay, swali la pili tafadhali, tunaendelea. Hai, tuna mtu mmoja sio wawili.
Kwa nini ni 4?
Okay. Naambiwa itagawana mara mbili.
Jomo Kenyatta.
Next question, Bwana Mike.
Jomo Kenyatta.
Again.
The first Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya was Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, 1963.
Correct.
Garo, is it correct?
The title Mzee Jomo Kenyatta is correct.
Oh, sawa. One mic. Mr. Gitoga, let's retrieve that mic. Yes. Mr. Mashari, tafadhali songea hapa mbele. You distribute to the mic. Okay. Let us have one mic. Okay. Can you answer the question, tafadhali? Question.
Pose the question, please. Pose the question, please.
White
color.
Again, white. Sawa, white. Correct. We've broken the tie. Question number 4. Macharia, distribute to the mic.
Uganda and Tanzania.
No. Rwanda and Tanzania. No.
Sudan, South Sudan and Somalia.
No.
South Sudan and Somalia.
No.
Tanzania and Rwanda.
No.
No, repeat that question, please. It has been given answer so many times, correct ones. Repeat it.
No.
Let's have conclusion.
Please.
Uganda and Rwanda.
No.
Rwanda and Eritrea.
No.
Okay. Please, from that end, let me give you this other end now.
DRC, Congo, and Tanzania.
Correct.
Correct. Next question. The last one. Still on this side. Gender. Mr. Bobo, gender. Next question.
Distinction English.
We say gender.
It's here. Distinction English workbook. Distinction English workbook.
Karo.
Niko hapa. We want to. Niko hapa.
Distinction English
workbook.
Distinction mathematics workbook.
No. Sasa ni gender. Distinction English workbook. Distinction mathematics. No.
No.
Distinction English workbook. Distinction music workbook. No.
No.
Distinction kipeo cha Kiswahili grade 6. Distinction music activities workbook.
No.
No.
Distinction English workbook and distinction science workbook.
They are not workbooks.
No.
Distinction keeps here mathematics. Distinction keeps here English.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Haya, sawa. Naomba watunzwe sasa. Madam Fatuma, tafadhali tusaidie pale. The next one. Madam Irene, the next one. Kuna yule mwalimu ambaye alikuwa nje, zawadi yake iko pale, tafadhali. Alikuwa pale. Haya. Madam Irene, jana group, jana company. Solar Lab. The name of the company. Music. Na huku tukiendelea, we have a lost and found item. Kuna mtu sijui amepoteza macho yake, sijui aina na gani. Haya, tuwekee maswali ya labs. Haya ndiyo hayo, Karo asema kidoli. Tap up. Haya ndiyo hayo maswali.
Swali.
Question. Vinasa sauti viko wapi? Sawa. Tuna pale, naona kile kingine pale. Na naomba tafadhali Bwana Mungu sasa turudi kule nyuma, Bwana Macharia turudi kule nyuma. Tafadhali.
Sawa.
Yaonekana hakuna mtu ako tayari kulijibu lile swali. Namuona kaka mmoja hapa. Asema wapi?